Good morning. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I'm Robert McNeely with the latest news from President Trump's visit to the Middle East. That is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and also the United Arab Emirates. We also are hearing from the White House today that Vice President J.D. Vance will attend the inaugural Mass of Pope Leo XIV. This will take place by a led delegation of United States individuals in our government. This is all by the Vice President to attend the inaugural Mass of His Holiness Pope Leo XIV on Sunday, May 18th. So that will be forthcoming. Vice President Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance will be joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Mrs. Jeanette Rubio. Pope Leo XIV is the first American Pope, and Vice President Vance is the first Catholic convert to serve as Vice President of the United States. So some of the activities that the Vice President is doing stateside and abroad is President Trump having a highly successful trip in the Middle East, and the Vice President also giving remarks to a police breakfast as it is National Police Week, honoring those who serve back the blue every day. Thank a police officer if you can, anyone in uniform. It's really tremendous how they're able to get up every day, put that on, don the badge, and really take care of everyone in their community. So it's an amazing calling, and thank you for all of your service. I'm wearing my police pin today, and I guess you can call this my police tie, the blue itself, but we love you guys. Thank you for everything you do, whether it's Secret Service to state patrols, also local community enforcement, and of course our military as well. You are the backbone of this great country. President Trump secures a historic $1.2 trillion economic commitment in Qatar. So making American manufacturing and innovation great again. So just yesterday in Qatar, President Trump signed an agreement with Qatar to generate an economic exchange worth at least $1.2 trillion. And President Trump announcing economic details totaling more than $243.5 billion between the United States and Qatar, including a historic sale of Boeing aircraft and GE Aerospace engines to Qatar Airways. So some amazing things happening on this Middle East trip, as there is now a live look of the palace there in the United Arab Emirates. And how beautiful are these countries? The Gulf region really seeing a renaissance in the last 25, 30 years of enormous building, tremendous wealth. Even Qatar itself, a very small country land-wise, but it has the fourth largest GDP in the entire world. So lots of investments, lots of businesses, liquid gold under their feet, but realizing diversifying their economies, a smart move for each and every country. And perhaps it will have a positive effect on places like Syria and throughout the Middle East, where people can say no to terrorism and rather choose economic independence, freedom, and being good to one another and each other's neighbors, regardless of different religious and philosophical backgrounds. So we'll see how that goes, as President Trump has relinquished the sanctions against Syria, something that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia was very welcome and happy to see. A standing ovation, in fact, in Riyadh for President Trump, his first rally in Saudi Arabia. Really an amazing sight. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Colonial Metals Group, Paul Stone, the CEO, wants you to shield your savings today. He's been on the show to detail how important it is to add gold and silver to your portfolio, whether it's properties, 401ks, IRAs, and then this tangible metal that has stood the test of time, regardless of government, regardless of who's in charge. Always smart to have gold and silver, because gold's gone up over 7,000% since 1971, when the Nixon administration went off of that gold standard. And how does this relate to the Middle East trip? Well, in Saudi Arabia had traded for 50 years the petrodollar with the United States. It was the world's reserve currency. That changed under Otto Penn. Not only did he skyrocket the inflation and the national debt to $36 trillion, but the Saudis turned to China instead of the United States to trade those petrodollars, instead choosing the yen. That was a huge hit for the American economy and the strength of the dollar globally. So regardless of what's happening in and around the world. We know the antics of the Chinese Communist Party trying to buy up prime farmland of ours thanks to President Trump, and governors throughout the United States who said no more of that, get away from our military bases, stop spying on us, or there will be consequences. FreeGoldGuide.com/RSBN can detail all of this for you and how gold and silver will work well in your portfolio. So scan that QR code now, shield your savings today. And again, FreeGoldGuide.com/RSBN for all those important details. Great patriots like Judge Jeanine Pirro, who will be serving the D.C. Circuit as one of our nation's federal attorneys under President Trump. I'm sure scared for those who go before her bench and before her prosecutorial arguments. I mean, she's outstanding. She's one of the #1 attorneys out there. So again, FreeGoldGuide.com/RSBN. She endorses this group as well as many other great patriots. Colonial Metals Group, thanks for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And another sponsor of ours, Mr. Director, could you repeat that one more time? Oh, the beautiful All Family Pharmacy. You can't go wrong with this, because once you have your finances backed up, let's get to your health. That's the most important thing. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Get ivermectin, other essential medications, over 200 in fact. There and ready to go for you when the pharmacy shuts down for the night or Big Pharma doesn't want you to have what's already in stock. This is your go-to. And think about this: if your spouse has blood pressure and the medication is gone, and the daughter or son that you have just down the hall spikes a fever in the middle of the night, what are you to do? Well, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN has medicine ready to go for you, overnight shipped by great pharmacists and doctors on call 24/7, ready to protect you. And we've spoken to David McCary here on the network, and as he said, what if there's an emergency? What if there's a crazy storm that takes place that takes out the electricity for days? We've seen it in Western North Carolina, in Tennessee, among others. Some wild weather the last 6 months and going into the end of last year. Having medication on hand is really a must to take care of your family. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Get 10% off now. Code RSBN10. All there for you. Antibiotics as well. All Family Pharmacy, thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And there's a live look of the White House. President Trump not there today. Of course, he is in the United Arab Emirates, the final leg of this Middle East tour that has been quite successful. The landmark deals celebrated this week provide innovation and prosperity for generations, bolstering American manufacturing and technological leadership, especially with the nation of Qatar yesterday, putting America on a path to this new golden age. And since President Trump took office, his commitment to the American manufacturing and innovation has attracted trillions of dollars in investments in global commercial deals. So allies like Qatar are partnering in the United States' global success. The following represent just a few of the many groundbreaking deals secured in Qatar. Boeing and GE Aerospace secured a landmark order from Qatar Airways, a $96 billion agreement to acquire up to 210 billion American-made Boeing 787 Dreamliners and 777X aircraft powered by GE Aerospace engines. This is an exciting deal that took place. This is Boeing's largest ever wide-body order and largest ever 787 order in history. It's a huge plane. I want to say I've been on a 767. I can't say I've been on a 787, so amazing things happening. This historic agreement will support 154,000 U.S. jobs annually, totaling over 1 million jobs in the United States during the course of production and delivery of this deal. And as we continue to break this down, we have some great footage to play back for you from this trip thus far. We'll go to that right now.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. I want to just thank you for being with us, and I assume the press is ready. We have a Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer. Unfortunately, he gets it for a shot at the ear. Someday you'll get it for something nice. You'll get it for something nice, Doug. Well, I want to just thank everybody. It's been a very special trip. And I can tell you that our country is hot. It's hot as a pistol. I don't think it's never been so hot. And if you go back 6 months, it was the exact opposite. We had a man that couldn't even stand up. He was so terrible. It's so terrible what he's done to our country, but we've turned it around so quickly. I did not expect to turn it around this quickly. I think we're the hottest country of the world right now. And 6 months ago, they were laughing at the United States, but they don't laugh anymore. This has been an amazing trip. And as you know, I'm going to UAE in a little while. We're going to first watch an air show that will be spectacular from our friend, the Emir. He's done a great job, And I've met such great people. And as you know, that we're trying to give Yemen a chance. And we're going to give Syria a chance. With Yemen, they have a tremendous Houthi problem. I believe that's a problem for them. You know, you never really know. It's a tricky part of the world. But we were asked to stop firing at the Houthis. And that's something that they've never asked because they're tough and they're good fighters and all. But they're not going to be blowing ships out of the water anymore. So that's what we wanted. And we'll see how that works. But their emissaries were very, very strong on it. So that's a good thing for Yemen because they're trying to help themselves also. And we want them to get along with Saudi Arabia because that's been a big fight. And the other, of course, is Syria. We took out the sanctions, and I didn't even realize it's been many, many years that they've had sanctions. And as you know, there was a very big change at the top. And I thought that we have to give them a chance. They really have no chance with the sanctions. They were very biting. They were top of the line. Nobody could even deal with them. You couldn't make a phone call to Syria. So we did that, and I met the new leader of the country, and he's got a strong past. I'll be very nice. He's got a strong past, but I liked him a lot. I think he'll be a great representative, and we'll see. You're going to have a strong past to put that one around. You cannot be a weak person. If you're a weak person, we would just be wasting time. So he's a strong guy, and I thought he was good, and let's see what happens. But we're going to give him a fighting chance by taking off the sanctions. So we've actually been praised for that. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia was very strong. Please do that. He wanted it done. President of Turkey wanted it done. President Erdogan called me, said, is there any way you could do that? Because if you don't do that, they don't have a chance. And so I did it, and it's actually been very popular. The Emir liked it a lot. It's been very, very popular. So let's see what happens, but it's my honor to have done it. And with that, we're surrounded by some of the greatest business people in the world. We just had a tremendous order of Boeing. This is Boeing, and this is General Electric. And General Electric, I hear, makes the best large airplane engine in the world by not even a contest. Maybe I'll have to change my engines one day on my plane because they're not General Electric. But, it's one of those things. But I hear you make the best engines in the world, Larry. Larry's somehow his people at General Electric. First of all, it's one of the greatest turnarounds that you'll ever see in a company because when you took it over, it was, I want to be respectful, General Electric was in trouble, to put it, I would say, right? To put it mildly. And now it's a hot company doing great. And it's, I would imagine the hottest thing is what's happened with the engine division because this engine is incredible. Would you like to say a couple of words, Larry, about that? Because he watches, when he sees Boeing, he's very excited because he supplies, I guess, for the most part, the engines. Would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. And it's an honor to be here. We're thrilled about the commitment that Qatar Airways has made to both Boeing and GE Aerospace with the largest wide-body order, really, in our company's history. Over 400 engines, both our GE NX, which powers the 787, the fastest-selling high-thrust engine in history, and our new 9X will power the 777X, which will be the largest commercial engine in the world.
Will that be the same engine other than size, or is it different?
It's a step forward and a generation forward as well.
So even beyond?
Yes.
The large one?
Very much so.
That's great.
And we think that really helps both Boeing and GE Aerospace continue to support not only our investment in domestic manufacturing, but in turn everything that we're doing to drive the $75 billion annual trade surplus that the aerospace industry enjoys in the U.S. today. So we're excited. I know Kelly and the Boeing team have been great partners, but Badr, our thanks to you for your trust and your commitment to both GE Aerospace and Boeing. We're gratified.
Yeah, thank you very much. Kelly, go ahead, please.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for your support. This is a major order for us. All of these aircraft will be built in the United States, creating a significant number of jobs, and I know that's a key mission of yours, and this order will help us accomplish that. Partnership with GE has been great. They do power exclusively our engines, and they're doing a great job here, and we're very pleased to be selected by Qatar for this largest wide-body aircraft order in the history of Boeing. Major accomplishment for us, and thanks to the administration for your support.
That's the largest order you've ever had, right?
Yeah, for wide-body.
So one of the largest orders in history, but it almost has to be, if it's the largest order you've had, has to be pretty close to the largest order ever made, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also, Boeing also got the jet fighter. We selected Boeing for the jet fighter, the state-of-the-art, highest level. It's an amazing-looking plane. If it functions as well as it looks, I think we're going to have a big winner. But we're also looking at some additional jet fighters. We have some really good ones that we have. We're taking a look at, strong look from one of your competitors, I must say, and we're doing something very special. But it's a special country. We were losing the Middle East because the past administration didn't handle the relationship properly, didn't show the kind of respect that they deserve. And me, I have a lot of respect, and I have a lot of liking. I like the Crown Prince a lot. I've known him a long time in Saudi Arabia, and the Emir is fantastic. And we're going to another country in a little while, UAE, a fantastic man, fantastic leader. And they have great leadership talents in this part of the world, and that's why they're doing so well. And you probably read today the story about Iran has sort of agreed to the terms. They're not going to make, I call it in a friendly way, nuclear dust. We're not going to be making any nuclear dust in Iran. And we've been strong. I want them to succeed. I want them to end up being a great country, frankly, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing. It's very simple. It's not like I have to give you 30 pages worth of details. There's only one sentence. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And I think we're getting close to maybe doing a deal without having to do this. There's two steps. There's a very, very nice step, and there's a violent step. The violence like people haven't seen before. And I hope we're not going to have to do this. I don't want to do the second step. Some people do. Many people do. I don't want to do that step. So we'll see what happens. But we're in very serious negotiations with Iran for long-term peace. And if we do that, it'll be fantastic. And for this country in particular, because you're right next door, you're a stone's throw away, not even, right? You're a foot away. You can walk right into Iran. Other countries are much further away, so probably it's not quite the same level of danger. But we are going to protect this country. It's a very special place with a special royal family, and the head of the royal family is two heads of the royal family, really, if you think. Great people, and they're going to be protected by the United States of America, and I think we're not going to have to do it because I believe very strongly in peace through strength. Now, we just gave out in the budget a $1 trillion budget, which is the biggest we've ever done. $1 trillion, never came close to a number like that. We'd be at 800 billion, would be at maybe 900, 910. We never got anywhere close to $1 trillion, but we're doing it. Hopefully, we will not have to use these weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world. We make the greatest fighter jets. We make the greatest, I guess Larry would know better than anybody, but we make the greatest planes in the world, the greatest missiles and defense systems. The Patriot system is the best, acknowledged to be. I mean, this isn't from me. And we have a lot of it now. It's under order. and we're coming up with new systems, and we're coming up with a new system of drones, because drones are really, if you look at the war that's going on, it's horrible, but we are watching it very closely, and drones really seem to be taking over that war. And so I hope you're going to come up with some nice, inexpensive engine for a drone so that we don't have to spend so much. I asked one of the companies, I said, I want a lot of drones. And, you know, in the case of Iran, they make a good drone. And they make them for $35,000, $40,000. So I said to this company, I want to see it. They came in 2 weeks later with a drone that cost $41 million. I said, that's not what I'm talking about, $41 million. I'm talking about something for $35,000, $40,000 where you send thousands of them up. And that's a great way. And they're very good, too, and fast and deadly. Horrible, actually. When you look at what's happening with Russia and Ukraine, the drone is killing tremendous numbers of people. You hide behind a tree and the drone comes down and it circles you with fire. You don't have a chance. The tree comes down also, by the way. It's so intense. I mean, you see these trees being knocked down like they're being sawed down by a top-of-the-line timberman, like you know who? Sean Duffy. Do you know that Sean Duffy, the head of the transportation department, who's working right now on the airports and getting a system because Biden didn't do a thing for 4 years, and Pete Buttigieg was the head, and he goes bicycling to work. He takes a bicycle to work. Can you believe he's running the biggest air system in the world, and he takes a bicycle to work? And they say he's going to run for president. I don't see it. Who knows, right? But I don't see it. But when I look at what they've done, it's so horrible what they've done. And the work they did do, they wasted billions of dollars. They're trying to hook up air systems to copper, and they tried to hook up copper to glass, and the glass doesn't work with the copper. And they had 30,000 different contractors doing 30,000 jobs. And when they put it all together, they spent billions of dollars. It didn't even come close to working. And we're going to be giving out a brand new system. It's very important. We'll have the best system, and we think we know who that system is. But we have a lot of bidding. But we want one check. We want a unified system. We don't want to have 5,000 contractors in all different places. Some digging ditches and some not doing ditches because they want to go by satellite. Satellite seems to be the way to go. But so we're going to be giving that out pretty soon. But what people don't know about Sean, because I mentioned lumberjacks, that Sean. You probably didn't know this. That I'm not talking about this Sean. This Sean, no, this is a different Sean. Sean Duffy, the head of transportation. He's a great Sean, though, I have to tell you. But Sean Duffy was the world champion for 5 years, climbing trees and down, up and down, world champion. So that's what you call a serious lumberjack. And he's doing a fantastic job, too. A really respected guy and a terrific guy. And I mentioned the champion because when somebody's a champion, he's the world champion for a long time. He came down, when you come down those trees, coming down at a rapid, he said that started getting you back. You will often break your back. You miss a historic trip. I watched some of the people talking about it, and even what I would perceive as enemies of ours, people that are not fair from the press, are saying it's been amazing. We've raised trillions of dollars in investments. There's never been anything like it. And just to finish, we have a country that now has, I think, Howard, we can say that at least $10 trillion of investment and potential investment. And if the past administration did $500 billion, it was like a lot. But we did it in 2 months because it's actually a little more than 3 months. But I always say the first month I had to get a little bit acclimated. So I didn't really do this the first, but when we started, so we've really been doing it, Susie, right, for 2 months. So in 2 months, we're going to have over $10 trillion. No country's ever come close to that. No country. And I want to thank the Emir because he put up a lot, and in terms of investment, it could amount to 2 million, 3 million, maybe even 4 million jobs in the United States. And more importantly, it's really important stuff. It's tremendous refining capabilities. It's capabilities for very high-end. AI is a big subject, and it's a big subject over here, too. I always say, what are you investing in? It seems one thing everybody seems to have in common is AI. So I don't know if that's a good thing or bad. Maybe you shouldn't do it because too many people are doing it, or maybe you should follow the crowd, fellas. Okay, so you're going to figure it out. We have a man who's here who has been unbelievable, Scott Bessent, who's our Secretary of the Treasury, and who's so respected. When he speaks on television, it's like everyone just says, oh, okay. I had somebody the other day said, well, Scott Bessent said. I said, well, that's pretty good, Scott. You know? So I'm a believer. But when he speaks, the markets really listen. And the big thing is that we have, to me, the most important thing of all is that, forget about the recent stock market being so good. Much more importantly, we have hundreds of different big companies pouring into America now, creating jobs like we have never seen before. Now, the bad news, it takes a little while for that to, you know, when you build your factory and it takes a year and a half, 2 years, and they're going to build them very fast, and they don't need financing. That's the nice part. They don't need any financing. They have plenty of it. But they're building factories at levels we've never seen anything like it. And these are, you know, 10 billion, 12 billion, 50 billion. I said, how do you spend 50 billion on a factory? We have the chip companies coming in from Taiwan. We have Jensen, as you know, coming in with 600 billion. We have actually the biggest company of them all. You know all about it. Coming in. It was a big Mr. Wei. I said, Mr. Wei, you're a smart man, aren't you? I never met him. And I said, because I understand you control 99% of the chips. Oh, yes, I do. I said, that's pretty good. I said, is there any way of breaking that grip? They said it would take you many years. So I said, you know what? If you can't beat him, you join him. But he's going to be building the biggest factory anywhere in the world in Arizona, and spending over $200 billion. And we have Apple, as you know, it's coming in. And I had a little problem with Tim Cook yesterday. I said to him, Tim, you're my friend. I treated you very good. You're coming in with $500 billion, but now I hear you're building all over India. I don't want you building in India. You can build in India if you want to take care of India, because India is one of the highest tariff nations in the world. It's very hard to sell into India. And they've offered us a deal where basically they're willing to literally charge us no tariff. So we go from the highest tariff, you couldn't do business in India, we're not even a top 30 in India because the tariff is so high, to a point where they have actually told us, I assume you too, Scott, you were working on that also, that there will be no tariff, right? Would you say that's a difference? They're the highest, and now they're saying no tariff. But I said to Tim, look, we've treated you really good. We put up with all the plants that you built in China for years. Now you got to build us. We're not interested in you building in India. India can take care of themselves. They're doing very well. We want you to build here, and they're going to be upping their production in the United States. Apple. So Apple's already in for $500 billion, but they're going to be upping their production. So it'll be great. So I really think we've gone from a laughingstock 6 months ago to the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's not just in business, that's in everything else, and it's psychologically hot too. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank the media. The media, I have to say, has been very fair. They've been very fair. They've been terrific, actually. I was watching some of our, normally they would not say good things, but they're having a hard time saying bad, because this is a record tour. There's never been a tour that will raise, it could be a total of $3.5–4 trillion. This just in this 4 or 5 days, and it's from great people. And our relationship now is very strong with Saudi Arabia. Nobody's going to be bothering that relationship. Nobody would be able to break that relationship because of my relationship with the Crown Prince and the family. The relationship is really strong, and when you talk about Qatar, the relationship is equal. I mean, it's just like, nobody's going to break that relationship. We have never had a relationship with Qatar as strong as it is now. You know that better than anybody, and they're very happy, and we're going to protect you. We're going to protect you. That's the one thing you need, maybe, but I don't think you're going to need too much of that. And I said last night, it was a great meeting, great everything. They brought in Lee Greenwood to sing. It was a beautiful evening, and I appreciate it. But I said last night that Iran is very lucky to have the emir because he's actually fighting for them. He doesn't want us to do a vicious blow to Iran. He says, you can make a deal, you can make a deal. He's really fighting, and I really mean this. I think that Iran should say a big thank you to the emir, because the emir is fighting very much that we don't. And there are many people that want me to go the other route. They say, just knock it out, because nobody can beat us. No, we have the strongest military in the world by far. Not China, not Russia, not anybody. We have the best military equipment in the world, and we have the strongest military in the world. If you remember ISIS, General Raisin Kane, right? We knocked it out in 3 weeks. Remember they said it would take 4 years to knock out ISIS? We did it in 3 weeks. That's because you had the right leader. With a stupid person, you'll do it in 4 or 5 years. You won't even do it. You'll fight for 4 years and then you'll leave. Like we always do. You fight. We had a president that blew up half the Middle East and then he left. That was it. It was like spent $10 trillion on blowing up the Middle East and then he left. Just said, let's leave now. We're left with nothing. And we don't do that. We take care of our friends. And so you have a great ally in us, and there's nobody even close. In terms of military power, there's nobody close. And I'm not only talking about nuclear. I don't like to mention the word because the nuclear is so destructive that it brings you into a different category. But we're number one in nuclear. I rebuilt our military, by the way, in my first term. We had a really successful first term. Then the election was rigged, and I had to wait, and it became more historic, and I was able to watch and see. And the good news is although it's bad news in another way, but the good news is that Biden was so bad, worst president we've ever had by far. There was never a president like this. This man was grossly incompetent, and now that's been proven. But people were able to see how bad it is, and it gave me a mandate. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won the counties by 2,725 to 505. That's why the map is completely red. When you look at it, the map, it was an obliteration, this election. And we got 312 electoral votes. So it was just an obliteration. And that means mandate. And we have a mandate that nobody's had. They said the most consequential election, and this was a enemy paper, the most consequential election in 129 years. So it's been a tremendous trip. I've really liked it. This is going, we're going 20 hours a day. And people say, how do you do it? And I said, I do it because I like it. I like it. I like the people I'm dealing with. I said last night, I stood on the line for, it seemed like hours. I said hello to Larry. I said hello to Kelly. I said hello to your 250 competitors. I said hello to everybody. And that was a long sucker, I want to tell you. They say, how do you do it? I said, I do it because I like the man standing on my left. And I said it 2 nights before about the Crown Prince, but last night I had the Emir, and he's fantastic. And I said, it's really not hard. When you like the people and when you are doing something, we have a term, MAGA, Make America Great Again, very simple term. And I remember Biden saying, we will not let MAGA take over this country. I said, no, you stupid person. It says, Make America Great Again. It's okay if it takes over the country. It's called Make America Great Again. And that's where we are right now. It's America. We'll put America first. But because we're putting it first, we're doing so well, there's going to be plenty left over to help the world. And we can help the world psychologically. So we think we're going to do well with Russia, Ukraine. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every single week on average. 5,000. And they're not from here, and they're not from the USA. They're from Ukraine and Russia. So some people would say, why are you bothering? Because these are 5,000 young people. Well, they're getting older because they've gone through so many that they are actually getting older. But these are 5,000 people that leave their home, wave goodbye to their parents. Their parents are so proud of them, their sisters, their brothers, and that's the last they ever see them. They're wiped out. And if you would see the satellite pictures, I get satellite pictures of that battlefield, and I want to tell you, I've never seen anything like that. I wish I never saw it. You have heads and arms and legs strewn all over the field. and you just take a look at that, and when you think 5,000 a week on average, and that's actually a low number. So we're going to see if we can end that. I was thinking about going, but it's very tough because of what we're doing today and tomorrow. But if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate. But we have people right now negotiating, and I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something, because it has to stop. Not only the money, we spent $350 billion there, just handed. Nobody even knows where the money, they just send them a check. There's no accounting, there's no one, just give him money. Every time he came, I have to hand it to him. I think he's the greatest salesman maybe in history. Every time he came to the United States, he'd walk away with $100 billion, That's a good salesman, right? Even by your standards. This is a big standard right here. But that's a pretty good set. No, he'd walk in, leave with $100 billion. Last time he didn't do as well. He only got $60 billion. And it was so easy. It was like taking candy from a baby. That was the last administration. This administration has been a little bit tougher. But would like to see it end, and I think we're going to have a chance at doing it. And would like to see if we could solve the Iran problem in an intelligent way as opposed to a brutal way. There's only two, intelligent and brutal. Those are the two alternatives. So I want to thank everybody for being here very much, and we're going to take some questions, and perhaps now we'll ask the press to leave, and we're going to see you at the airfield. We're going to have a display of American equipment. Okay, yeah. Jennifer, go ahead.
Mr. President, no Putin's address. No Putin's address. Are you disappointed by that?
No, I didn't anticipate. I actually said, why would he go if I'm not going? Because I wasn't going to go. I wasn't planning to go. I would go, but I wasn't planning to go. And I said, I don't think he's going to go if I don't go. And that turned out to be right. But we have people there. Marco, as you know, is doing a fantastic job. Marco's there, Secretary of State, and we have people there. But I didn't think it was possible for Putin to go if I'm not there. Jennifer?
Do you have an update, sir, on the Sovereign Wealth Fund, your proposal for the Sovereign Wealth Fund?
That we're planning on doing?
Yeah.
Well, look, Howard likes the idea. I want to really make a lot of money, pay off debt, and just get it, and then you do a fund, These people have no debt. It's nice to have a fund. I say to Howard, we're a little early because we have debt, and really, it sounds like a lot, but relative to the kind of income and everything that we have, it's not really that much. But it's still a lot, and I'd rather pay the debt off and then do the fund after the debt's paid off. And to me, the fund is just pay off debt. We're making a lot of money. We had a situation 6 months ago. We were losing $5 billion a day on trade. Now we're making money on trade. Don't forget, we were losing $1 trillion to China, so we essentially went cold turkey with China for a period of a month. Therefore, we weren't losing $1 trillion. I think that's pretty simple, Scott, right? Scott did a great job over there. They made a deal. They have great relationships with China. You might want to speak about that while the press is here for a second, Scott, the relationship we have with China.
It was a very important step in establishing a working relationship below the two heads of state. So with the tariff program, we had a plan, we have a process, and now we have a mechanism with our Chinese counterparts to prevent an escalation again. We're going to go into a series of negotiations. They're going to be fulsome, and we have a lot to talk about, but I think over the next 90 days we can accomplish a lot.
We're going to be, I think I can mention, I'm not sure if the press will understand this, but I've devoted, I find it, number one, I find it fascinating. If you don't like things, you're not going to do well, but I do. I find it amazing. So I'm so looking forward to watching some of the power that they purchase at great price. But you'll see some jets today. Some of the reporters were in the plane. Were you in the plane as we were surrounded by 8 F-15s? You saw that? Were you concerned at all? It was a little bit spooky, right? It's a little bit different when I'm reading the name of the pilot I'm seeing the name, Regraw. I look at his helmet, and he's got his name, and he's waving to us, and he's like where you are. And so I'm not sure I feel great about it, but we certainly had a lot of firepower surrounding, and as we were coming in, it was beautiful. And then just before we landed, boom, they took off, and nobody's ever seen it. They circled the plane, 8 of them. And we're landing, so now we're there. And it was really a display of beauty. And we heard it, too. We were in the plane. I said, what is that? Because they stepped on the gas, because it's hard for them to only go 500 miles an hour. That's called very slow. It's not that those planes they're not meant to go 500 miles an hour, but it's really good. Great pilots, great display. So we're going to see that. But one of the things for the people that are interested in the military that I asked to look into, the F-35, we're doing an upgrade, a simple upgrade, but we're also doing an F-55. I'm going to call it an F-55, and that's going to be a substantial upgrade, but it's going to be also with 2 engines, because the F-35 has a single engine. I don't like single engines. Even this man, he's the best in the world at engines, but on occasion, I know you won't admit this, if an engine goes out, it's nice to have 2, 3, or 4. That's why I like the 747. It's got 4. And but today they're getting very big, and it's a little more cost-saving to have 2 very, very big ones. But no matter how good, they tell me, Larry, the engine will never go out. Well, I think it goes out on occasion, very rarely. And we're going to do an F-55, and I think if we get the right price, we have to get the right price. And that'll be 2 engines and a super upgrade on the F-35. And then we're going to do the F-22. I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22, but we're going to do an F-22 Super, and it'll be a very modern version of the F-22 fighter jet. And I don't know if you know it, but you know who copied it? China. They copied it. I said, I'm looking. They said, that's the F-22. They copied our design, but they won't be able to copy our engines too quickly or anything else. So we're going to be doing an F-22 Super, and this will be a plane like no. To me, it's the most beautiful fighter jet ever made, and so I want to do that. And sometimes, stealth. They do stealth. I'm not a huge believer in stealth, because stealth is basically, a lot of it's the design and the shape, and I'm sure you maybe think, but also if that's the case, they're going to figure it out pretty fast, I think. So you're going to design an ugly plane for stealth reasons, and then 6 months later, they're going to figure out this, and then you're stuck with a plane. Now we're doing a super F-22, and we're going to be going with it pretty quickly. And then, as I told you, we're going to be doing a tremendous variety of drones, from lots of very inexpensive drones, and on the F-55 and on the F-35, but much more on the F-55 and on your plane that you're doing, which he calls the F-47. F-47. I said, how'd you come up with 47? That's an interest. It was very nice, actually. But you said there's a tremendous capability for, it travels with many, many, potentially hundreds of drones, right? Do you want to talk about that? Because it's very interesting to people.
Well, the F-47 is the first 6th generation fighter in the world. We're very excited to be developing that, and we'll be bringing that into production in the near future. There's not much I can say about that for security reasons, but we're very pleased to be in the development process of that airplane.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's got a beautiful weapon, as you say. We're also doing very heavy on submarines. We have a lead on submarines that I don't think, unless you have a really, really stupid group of people, including the president, I don't think anybody can catch us on submarines. We have our submarine, in particular the late model. We're 15 years advanced on the submarine. Nobody can even come close. It can stay underwater for 30 years. Think of it. The only reason it has to come up is for food. It doesn't need water, because they have their system of water, which is, they can stay forever. The only reason it has to come up is for food. Can you imagine? It could stay underwater for years, going at fast speeds, to very fast speeds, but it has to come up once every couple of months for food. There's something about that. I don't know if we're going to be able to solve that problem, but hopefully it's not going to be a problem we have to worry about. But the submarine, we are so far advanced in the submarine. So we're very proud of it. and we've taken a country that was scoffed at, and we're the hottest country in the world right now. We're going to keep it that way. And just in finalizing that, the military was having 6 months ago, and you wrote about it, Jennifer. I saw an article, but the military was having a very hard time recruiting people, our military, and they were not able to meet even come close to their goals. That was only 6 months ago. And now, as you also have written, we have a military that we have so many people want to get in. We've never had anything. They say 30 years plus because they only go back, but probably ever. We have never had such excitement to join the military. So we went with a military that couldn't recruit very easily and was really way, way behind, to a military where we're actually picking the people we want. And it's very hard to get in. It's actually hard to get in. And that goes for the police force and the firefighters. I always mention the firefighters. They're incredible. But the police force and the firefighters, we're having a very hard time getting people to become policemen like we had never had before. That was 6 months ago, Biden, because the country had no spirit. It was like just had no heart. It was a dead heart. Now we have the liveliest heart you've ever seen. So I just think it's such a great contrast to think 6 months ago you couldn't get, and now we're setting records. Who would think that could have happened? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
So President Trump highlighting his successes with the Qatar government. Really a great press conference, great display of unity, and of course Howard Lutnick, Scott Bessent, and many other officials with Boeing as well as GE, some of the executives sitting in on this meeting. Great things happening for the United States, great things happening for our friends in the Gulf region. Thank you to our sponsors here on the right side of history. All Family Pharmacy. Imagine the pharmacy down the street does not want you to have a certain medication, not because it's out of stock, but because Big Pharma might be preventing that. Ivermectin, methylene blue, 200 essential medications and antibiotics, all for you through All Family Pharmacy. So many scenarios. We spoke to Mr. McCary, the pharmacist of this great organization, just the other day. What if you had a storm come through town, or the electricity is down and your wife needs that blood pressure medication, your son has spiked a horrible fever, and there's no way to help treat them because of the emergency services that are in the town? You need to be stocked up and prepared with your medicine cabinet. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Code RSBN10, 10% off today. A great deal for you. This is essential medication that will take care of any emergency. They have doctors on staff 24/7, and they can ship the medication right to your door overnight. So there's no messing around. It's not an option to be unprepared in 2025. Again, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. 10% off the order with code RSBN10. That's RSBN10 for ivermectin, methylene blue, 200 other essential medications, all ready to go for you. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history. And while you take care of your internal health, how about the outside of your skin with the non-GMO, the no-chemical, angelpaste.com. They hire veterans. They're based out of the Lone Star State in Spring, Texas, right off the Gulf of America. So they know a thing or two about miracles, not only the vitamin B Miracle Cream, the original, but also a natural mosquito repellent, and also their orange option, which is an immunity booster filled with vitamin C's. They also have facial spray, great products for men and women. Go check them out today. Experience the miracle at angelpaste.com. A great product. You saw me here on the network. I tried the Miracle Cream. I get the dry hands every once in a while, and it's great for people who are suffering from eczema, dry skin, and it will leave it glowing, refreshed, and you'll be ready to paint the town red. So angelpaste.com, your go-to for non-GMO, non-chemical, good, healthy vitamins, B's and C's, D's and E's in their respective products, among many others. But you don't have to worry about when it goes into your skin that you're going to have something inflammatory or just nasty like other options on the market. So angelpaste.com, your go-to for skin health. Thank you for sponsoring us right here on RSBN Live. And we are continuing our great coverage of President Trump's very successful trip to the Middle East. And it's not even over with yet. Waiting to see all of the movements and the excitement in the United Arab Emirates. In the meantime, we'll play back a video for you, which you'll find extremely entertaining. President Trump meeting with the best, the biggest, the boldest troops who are the toughest in the world. He highlighted in that Qatari meeting right there, we have the most deadly force based on meritocracy with Pete Hegseth. The Secretary of Defense was in that meeting as well. Let's see the troops with President Trump coming to you now.
Everybody, this is an honor. What a beautiful group of people you are. You are good. I wish I looked like you. I would have been president 20 years ago if I looked like you. But I want to give a special hello to Al-Udeid Air Base, sometimes referred to as the Deed. It's a sinister term, the Deed. Today, we can all relax and be at ease, and we're going to have a little fun. I have nothing else to do, so let's have a little fun, right?
So I'm thrilled to be here with the men and women who embody American strength and pride, the warriors of the United States Armed Forces. It's an amazing group of people. You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's the way it is. I said it last night. I said it strong. We have the strongest military in the world. Not even a contest. We have the best equipment. Nobody has equipment like us. Nobody has the planes or the missiles or anything else. And as your Commander-in-Chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. We just did a budget. The budget was the highest by far, over $1 trillion. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. And hopefully it's peace through strength. Hopefully we don't have to use it, because if you use it, I feel sorry for the other guy, but we don't want to have to use it. I want to recognize a true warrior, and that's our Secretary of Defense. They put him through hell. The radical left did, and he's incredible. You know, he went to the best schools, he did the best stuff. He's a smart guy, and he's a great guy, and I just listened to his words standing backstage when he was speaking, and he
keep from crying when he called your name, Jolene.
really has it right on the peg. Pete Hegseth, he's going to be great. You're going to love this guy. You're going to love him. And I also want to I want to influence you to clap for a man who's a great influencer. In fact, my son, Barron, said, "Dad, you got to do an interview with somebody I hadn't heard of." But my son knew very well. He knows everyone. He said, "Dad, this is before the election. You know, we won in a landslide, in case you hadn't known." But he said, "Dad, you got to do an interview with a guy named Theo Vaughn." I said, "Who the hell is Theo Vaughn?" He said, "Dad, he's such a big guy. You got to do an interview." So he knew all the names. I didn't know the names. And where is Theo? He's around here someplace, I think. Theo, thank you very much. That's Barron. You know Barron. He said, "You got to do with that." We had a good time, right? Had a good time. We had like 270 million people that Listen, so you know what? I think Barron was right. Thank you for being here, Theo. Appreciate it. Also, Lee Greenwood, right from the beginning, that song went on. And, you know, that song was a successful song, but we made it the most, number one. We made that song, it's the top of the list of that type of song. That's a pretty big, I don't want to go into the list because you'll get upset with me if I do. Like the national anthem and things. It's like, and it became unbelievable. And I was saying you could get Elvis or anybody else to do a song. There's nothing. That was my intro song right from the beginning, because as you know, we won 3 elections, okay? And some people want us to do a 4th. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. You saw the new hat. The hottest hat is, it says Trump 2028. We're driving the left crazy when you see that. We didn't need that hat, but it's been an amazing period of time. And when Lee Greenwood did that song, it went from the first day. I came out, we played it. It was a great song, but we didn't know. And then I did it a second time, a third time. And that was 968 rallies ago. Can you believe that? We did 968 rallies. Another hat says 968. I said, what the hell does that mean? That's the number of rallies. I said, you have to be kidding. But from the very beginning, and we played Lee's song, and it was the walk-on. And then for the last inauguration, I had all the big singers, they wanted to do a song for me, and they wanted to have me walk on to their song. And my people, oh, that would be nice, that would be nice. And when I heard about it, we were all set. We had a lot of them. And I heard about it. I said, I'm not switching. Are you kidding me? I'm not switching. So we stick with Lee. But nobody could have done better than Lee. And he's been so loyal and so great. And it's been really about 9 years of that stuff. And, you know, we had 3 unbelievable campaigns, and it's been an honor. And there's nobody been stronger than the military in terms of backing us, nobody. So I just want to thank you all very much. Great honor. Thank you very much. And also with us today is really a great talent. And somebody who's one of the most popular television hosts in history. Still looks young to me, but he's been doing it a long time. But he's an incredible man. He's always seems to take my side, and therefore I like him even more. But he has common sense. We talk about common sense all the time, but he's one of the biggest in the history of television, the great Sean Hannity. He's here someplace. Sean, stand up wherever you are. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Where is he? Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. He was a little shy for a change. I've never seen that. We're also grateful to have a very excellent ambassador, Timmy Davis. Everybody loves him. Timmy, thank you very much. Thank you, Timmy. Along with your great military leaders, these are real leaders. These are real tough cookies. Lieutenant General Derek Trapper France, Major General David Shoemaker, Brigadier General Richard Deuce Dickens, Chief Master Sergeants Chris Murphy and Joshua Wiener, and Colonel Brian Ellis. We want to thank you, amazing people. They're real leaders, and this is one of the great bases anywhere in the world, and we're lucky to have them. Thank you very much, fellas. And a very special thanks as well to our partners from the Qatar Army and Armed Forces. Let's give them a really special hand. They are so great. They are so great. And in particular, we want to give a little special applause for somebody that's been so good. Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister, Saud. Where are you, Saud? Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. Yesterday, we signed an agreement for Qatar to purchase $42 billion worth of the finest American military hardware, including THAAD missile batteries, Pegasus refueling aircraft, Desert Vipers, light armored vehicles, amphibious combat vehicles, the MQ-9B, and the Sky Guardian drones. That's all the best stuff. If it isn't, please stand up and tell me and we'll get something else. But I believe it's the best. Qatar will also be investing $10 billion to support this massive base in the coming years, and there's no place like it, they say. And a man, the leader, Amir, he's been a special friend of mine for a long time, long before I did the political thing. When he was a novice, he was a young guy, and we got to know each other, and we liked each other and got along long before I ever thought of running for president. And it's nice when you have that kind of a relationship. We got along right from the beginning. He's a special guy. He's a great leader of your country. So I want to just congratulate you on that, and all the Qatari people. A spectacular group, and it's an honor, and I don't think our friendship's ever been stronger than it is right now. It's you had the last administration. I don't know if they knew too much about what was happening, but this administration does, and you will never see anything like the relationship that we have. We just left Saudi Arabia, as you know, and you have a fantastic crown prince. He is a fantastic guy likewise, and we're going from here, we're going to UAE and United Arab Emirates, and we're going to see another leader. We have it's an amazing part of the world, and our relationship has never been stronger. And you're going to see that as time goes by. But with us, it's not words. As you know, I'm in the midst of a very historic trip, visiting the key partners in the Gulf. We had just some incredible stopovers and a wonderful day. Yesterday, we had the dinner, however, with His Highness, the Emir, and he is, I'm going to see him in a little while. I'm going to be saying goodbye to him, but we'll be saying hello again very, very soon. But no visit in the Gulf would be complete without stopping to salute the people who keep America safe, strong, and free, and the patriots of the United States Army, Navy, Space Force. I love Space Force. That's I have to say, that's my little baby. You know, I started that. They said, that will never work. Oh, it worked. You know, we were way behind Russia and China, and now we're way, way ahead of everybody. So Space Force, I'm very happy. That was not since the Air Force has that happened. So we created a force, and it's a big force, and it's a brilliant force. So Space Force, thank you for doing such a great job. The Marines, and of course the United States Air Force. Al Udeid is the home of the legendary 379th Air Expeditionary Wing, known as the Grand Slam Wing. We also have the 1st Expeditionary Theater Support Group. You got them all. And let's not forget the top-notch Army soldiers from the 11th Air Defense Artillery, the Imperial Brigade. Thank you, fellas. That's great. We also have the 8th Expeditionary Air Mobility Squadron, known as Mighty Ochos. Where are the Ochos? We don't want to fight with them. All of you are the tip of the spear. You're the finest we have. Anywhere in the world, you're the finest we have. You're the finest anyone has in the fight against the enemies of civilization. You're the people that are defeating chaos, combating terror, defending our interests, supporting our allies, securing our homeland, and making America incredibly proud. And you know what? Making America great again. That's what's happened. It's happened very fast. Happened very fast. As president, my priority is to end conflicts, not start them, but I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States of America or our partners. And this is one of our great partners right here. When we're threatened, America's military will answer our enemies without even thinking about it. We have overwhelming strength and devastating force. And we had people that didn't like to talk about that, you know. They didn't want to talk about the level of quality that we have. They didn't want to talk about anything. We're going to have a big parade this year, you know, in Washington, D.C., a real parade. And I'll tell you just a little story. A week ago, May 8th, I'd call up a certain country and they said, "Oh, we're celebrating the victory of World War II today, sir." "Oh, really?" I'd speak to one of the presidents or prime ministers or whatever, and they were so busy. Oh, yes, we're celebrating the victory of World War II. Then I'd speak to another one that they were celebrating. And the fact is, Russia was celebrating, France was celebrating, everybody was celebrating but us. And we're the ones that won the war. We won the war. And they helped. But without us, they don't win the war. We're all speaking German. You know that, right? Without us, they're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese too. We won the war. And we're the only ones that didn't celebrate. So what I did is I got my crack staff over there, and we did it every time. We have May 8th, and we also have the date in November, that sacred date in November for World War I, because we won that war too. But think of it, I'm calling. Now, we love France, right? But I think we did a little more to win the war than France did. Do we agree? You know, I don't want to be a wise guy. But when Hitler made his speech at the Eiffel Tower, I would say that wasn't exactly ideal. And I called up the president, Macron, good guy, by the way. "Donald, we are celebrating our victory over the Germans." "Oh, that's wonderful." "No, we don't take credit for what we do." And I said, "What the hell? Every country I've spoken to in the last week is celebrating the war but us. Isn't that terrible?" So we're going to be doing holidays, but I said it has to be a working holiday because you can only do so many of them. We have a lot of holidays. I'm not so sure we should have them, and you don't have to go to work. Our country has to go to work. So we're going to have a working holiday for each one of those 2 dates, and we're going to be celebrating too because we should celebrate more than anybody else. And others did help a lot, but nobody helped like us. We wouldn't have won. I mean, the fact is, not winnable without us. And now we're stronger than ever before. You know, I rebuilt the military in my first term. We had a great first term everywhere. We had the greatest economy ever. Stock market up 88%, the biggest rise ever. All of that stuff. But the second term is going to be even better. We have over $10 trillion going to be invested in our country. And this little tour didn't hurt, I will tell you, between the 3 great places. I recently announced that I'll approve an unprecedented $1 trillion, as I told you. It's going to end up going higher, investment in the U.S. Armed Forces, and that's a record as part of that effort. I signed an order to build the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our country from missile attack. Is everybody okay with that? It was called the Iron Dome, but I changed it to the Golden Dome. I thought it was a little more beautiful, maybe a little more modern or something. But we're going to have it, and it's amazing, actually, what they do. It's going to cost many billions of dollars, all made in the USA. I want it all made in the USA. The days of making our parts all over the world because we have wonderful partners. No, it's America first now. America first. We're going to make it all in the USA. And we're going to, by the way, it's America first, but we're going to take care of other countries. We're going to have plenty left over because we're doing things now. You know, 6 months ago, our country was laughed at. Now our country is respected again at a level that it hasn't seen in a long, long time. And we're going to keep it that way. And our Air Force will soon have the world's first and only 6th-generation fighter jet, the F-47. Why did they name it 47? Does anybody know? I don't know. That was a nice thing. But it's quite the plane. They say there's never been anything done. But we're also looking at an increased version of the F-35. I think we're going to call it the F-55, which will be a double-engine plane. I like 2 engines on a plane. I'm sorry if I say that. But does that make sense to anybody? Does anybody agree? General, do you agree with that? I like it. Thank you. So many of you, sir, this engine is infallible. No engine is infallible. I like 2 engines on a plane Should have been made with 2 engines. If I were here, you would have had 2 engines, and you would have had a lot of other victories, by the way. But we're going to do, when you think of it, Russia, Ukraine would have never started. October 7th, Israel would have never happened because Iran, as you know, is broke. They were unable to fund Hamas or anything else. It wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the disaster of Afghanistan, the leaving. We were getting out, but we're getting out with dignity and strength. We're going to keep Bagram Air Base. We weren't going to give that up because it's 1 hour away from China. 1 hour. You know who occupies it now? China. The damage that administration did to this country is legendary, allowing 21 million people through an open border where anybody could walk into the United States of America is something that will never be forgiven. Grossly incompetent and evil, bad people too, bad people. But the real strength of our military doesn't come from its fighter jets. It really comes from our people. That's you. It comes from our people. You're unbelievable people. The aptitude and all of the things you have to do what you do. You know, I look at some of those engines, and I'm a pretty smart cookie. I would tell you I'm real smart. And I look at you, and you take those engines apart and put them back together, blindfolded, and fix them up. It's amazing what you're able to do. And then to fly them, just incredible. You're incredible. You're a very special group of people. And that's why in my 2026 budget includes across the board. Maybe you don't want it. Look, for the good of the country, you don't have to take it. Pay raises for each and every one of you, substantial pay raises. But you don't have to take it. You don't have to take it. You can go to your commanding officer and say, sir, I'd rather not take that pay. I love my country, sir. I refuse to take it. Anybody here, raise your hand, please, if you refuse to take it. Let's see here. All right. Well, at least we have smart people. That's good. So you do your duty for us, and as Commander-in-Chief, I will always do and fulfill my duty to you. That's what I'm doing. Under the Trump administration, we're liberating everything in our armed forces from really radical social experiments carried out under the previous administration and beyond that, and actually beyond that, and restoring the strong and fierce spirit of the American warrior and the American fighter. On day one, I signed an executive order stopping our service members from being forced to endure endless training sessions on political correctness. We don't care if you're politically correct. And I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the COVID vaccine mandate, which should have never happened. They're being returned at their former rank with full back pay. Very important. After years of not making our enrollment targets, to me, this is the biggest thing. Our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers that perhaps they've ever had, but certainly in 30 years. Think of that. You go back 6 months ago, we couldn't get people to join the military. Nobody wanted your job. Now everybody wants your job. So we went from having the worst numbers we've ever had in terms of recruitment. That included police officers also, firefighters, but police officers. But in the military, think of that. You couldn't get people to join the military, and now we're brimming over. We have the highest numbers we probably, minimum 30 years, but probably have ever had, because there's such an incredible spirit now in our country. We have a whole new spirit, and it began on a date, November 5th. That was Election Day. Under the Trump administration, America is back, and America's military is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Since my inauguration, service members stationed throughout this region have terminated 83 major terrorists operating across Iraq, Syria, and Somalia, including the number 2 just recently global leader of ISIS. And I knocked out ISIS, as you know, in my term. They said it was going to take 4 years. I said, why 4 years? That's a long time. And then I met a General Raisin Kane. He's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? And he was great. He said, we can do it in 3 weeks, sir. I said, well, I was told 4 years, General, by your television generals in Washington, D.C., and he didn't want to be disrespectful to them. He said, sir, I'm telling you, if you want, we can do it in 3 weeks. And that's what he did. He knocked out 100% of the ISIS caliphate in 3 weeks. Should I tell you a little long, boring story about that? Yes? Okay, some of you have heard it because it's sort of a cool story, but I was wondering why we couldn't defeat, ISIS. We have this great military, all these great jets that we have new all over the place, the best in the world, the fastest, the best. And I went out and I said to a certain general in Washington, D.C., a television general, not much of there's a real general on television. You have the television guys and you have the real generals. And I said, General, how long will it take us? Because it doesn't make sense. We're spending a lot of money on defeating ISIS, and they don't have great equipment. They, in many cases, don't even have equipment. They're vicious, and they are good fighters. We always have to respect that. Sir, it'll take at least 5 years, sir. I said, 5 years? That's a long time. You mean we have jets, they have knives, and it's going to take 5 years? Yes, sir. I said, I don't really believe that, so I did something that I've never done before. I said, I want to go to Iraq, and I want to meet with the people in Iraq, because maybe they're different, but I couldn't understand how a large and powerful terror group could last so long. And so I scheduled a flight, meaning I left at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was pitch black. We left very, very under guard. We traveled through Washington, D.C. There was nobody around. Got to the hangar at about 3:15. Air Force One was waiting for us. Pilots, best-looking human beings I've ever seen. Even better looking than Tom Cruise, and he's a friend of mine, okay? These guys were central casting, and they could also fly. And we headed out about 3:30 in the morning, pitch black. We headed for Iraq. And nobody knew I was going, nobody. And we're flying, and we're starting to get close. And they come to see me, and they say, sir, we have a problem. What? We're flying over enemy territory very soon, sir. Could we please turn off your lights? I said, my lights? We're flying in Air Force One. We just spent trillions of dollars on fighting, and you can't fly in with lights on? No, sir, it's very, very dangerous out there. So I said, obviously turn them off. Then he comes in addition to the lights, we want to turn down the shades. So I said, you mean not even shades? Okay, we turn down the shades. Then I said, I want to go upstairs. This is 747, 2 levels, beautiful plane. Just ordered new ones, by the way, beautiful new ones. And Boeing just, by the way, did the biggest order in the history of Boeing. Just did with your beautiful territory right here. They ordered, I think, 160 planes. I think it's the largest order ever for aircraft. So I salute the people from Boeing, Kelly, and everybody, and General Electric. The engines are General Electric Super Prime, and I really think it's great. Congratulations. But I go up to see the pilots because I love sitting with the pilots. I admire their skill. I really do. And amazing. Especially at a certain level. And when you fly Air Force One, supposedly you're the best pilot. So I hope that's true, by the way. But it seems to be. I have no complaints. We land, it's like always landing like glass. I've had pilots where when you land, it's not a pretty picture. In fact, you admire the plane so much for being able to keep apart. Sometimes I land with some of these guys. You're bouncing down the runway. I'm saying these planes are amazing that they don't crack up. But these pilots land, and the 747's a hard one to land, but they're great. So I go up, I see the pilots, I say, hi, Captain. The guy's a handsome guy. We've got a blonde flat top. I'd like to have a flat top like that. I don't know if the hair's good enough for that. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to try it either. But perfect person, and I look at the right, he's perfect. Everybody was perfect. They're like perfect human beings. I said, how are we doing, Captain? We're doing fine, sir. We'll be there in half hour, sir. I said, they want the lights turned off, Captain. And they do, yes, sir. They're doing the right thing. Oh, that's great, Captain. It's great. So now we're 15 more minutes, and all of a sudden, and most of you know this sound because that's what you do, but you have the computer voice, a beautiful voice where it says 1,900. They're talking about feet. So when you're in the big planes and sophisticated planes, the voice comes on, and I'm sitting back there watching them fly it beautifully, and I'm still not 100% happy with the statement that he agrees that the light should be turned off. I would have preferred that he said, no, there's no problem. But that's not what he said. So we're going through, and it goes 1,900, 800, 700. Talking about feet. Now, 700 is getting pretty close to the ground. I don't see a thing. There's no lights. There's no runway. And I've done this a lot. And I always see the runway in the distance. I have fairly good eyes. I'd say for my age, extremely good eyes. And I don't see a runway. 600, 500. Captain, are we okay? Yes, sir. We'll be landing in just a few minutes, sir. 400. Captain, are we okay? I don't see a runway up there, Captain. Oh, we're fine, sir. No problem, sir. 300, 200. I'm saying, Captain, you sure we're okay here? And he said, we're fine, sir. And then, boom, just lands that thing so beautifully. And I see, they had no light, they had no nothing. I don't know how the hell they do it, okay? All I know is we landed and for him it was routine. And I'm trying to pretend I'm cool as a cucumber. I'm your president. I'm supposed to be cool as a cucumber. And I'm like, I'm not happy. But after we land, I actually went to my people and I said, I want to ask you a question. I did a very brave thing just there. Is the president allowed to designate himself for the Congressional Medal of Honor? And they said, sir, honestly, that wouldn't be good. I said, okay. So anyway, we get it. I kid. I have to say I kid because the fake news is back there. And they'll actually, no, it's true. And they'll say that the president wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was talked out of it by his staff. So anyway, I get, the door opens, we have a platform, and I look down, and I see these are all specimens, just like you guys are all perfect people. And I'm seeing a couple of generals, a couple of staff sergeants and drill sergeants, but everybody's like from a movie. And I walk out of the plane and meet the first gentleman. And I said, what's your name? He said, Kane, sir. My name is Kane. And I said, hello, Kane. What's your first name? Well, they call me Raisin. I said, wait a minute. Raisin. You mean like Raisin Kane? Yes, sir. That's what they call me. General, I love you. You're the guy I'm looking for, General. You're the guy I'm looking for. So it's Raisin Kane. It's Daniel Kane, but Raisin Kane, that's what they call him. Then I met another general. I met a colonel. I met a sergeant. They said, sir, would you like to rest? I said, what do you mean rest? I've been resting on the plane. I don't want to rest. What do I have to rest for? He was thinking about Biden to come, okay? Biden would have rested the entire trip. First of all, he wouldn't have made the trip. But if he landed, he would have been rested for about 5 days before he had the first meeting. I said, no, let's go have the meeting because I want to find out what's going on over here. We're spending a lot of money, and people are being killed. I want to find out why it's taken so long, so let's go right away. So we went to almost like just a very secure room that was in the form of a boardroom. Very professional, however. It was very highly sophisticated with the equipment. Best you can buy. We have the best you can buy all the time. But I went into the room and I said, General, so they tell me in Washington it would take 4 to 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I want to know from you, is that true? Or is that, no, sir. But it's not my place to say, sir, because they are the ones that are called the shots. I said, well, if you disagreed, it's not the military way, sir. You have to listen to them. That's a chain of command. I said, oh, that's great. I'm not sure I like that system. But how long do you think it would take you if I gave you total authority to go in and knock the hell out of them? So it would take approximately 3 weeks. I say it again, General. I was told 5 years. Sir, it'll take 3 weeks and you'll have time left over. I said, you got to be kidding me. Where the hell have you been? And then I sort of was really in disbelief because I said, I've been hearing for so long, we've been fighting it. How long will we fight him? 18 years or something? And here's the guy telling me 3 weeks. So I said, General, how do you do it in 3 weeks? He says, well, sir, I don't like saying this because I do have people in Washington, but I'm going to say it. We have portable stations, we have portable runways, we have runways all over the place, we have other bases, and we're being forced to fight them from a very far away, distant base, which is right here. And by the time we get there, we have to come back because there's no fuel, and we're way too far away, sir, and they're over here, and he shows me a map, and we're over here, and we're all the way here, sir. I said, why didn't they use the other bases? Well, they didn't want to disturb the country where those bases were located. I said, we give those countries billions of dollars. We can disturb them a little bit. They wouldn't know what we're doing anyway. Are they going to know where the planes are going? Not really, sir. I said, so what would you do different? He said, well, sir, I'd start from here, and he went through a whole thing. And I'd hit him from the left. I'd hit him from the right. I'd hit him from underneath. I'd hit him from atop. I'd hit him from every angle, sir. I'd hit him so hard and so fast they wouldn't know what the hell is happening. I said, and you think you can do that in 3 weeks? Yes, sir, we're going to have time left over. And I said, let me think about it, General. I went back to Washington, and I spoke to a couple of people, and they said, I don't think so, sir. I think you're talking about years of fighting. And then I called the General, and I said, so, General, you still think you can do it in 3 weeks? A lot of people think you can't even come close to that, sir. We'll have time left over. I said, go to it, General, go to it. Thank you, sir. And he hit the hell out of him. He hit the hell out of him. And he calls me up, sir, we have a lot of these people, and if you want, I can finish it off right now, sir. I said, well, I don't know, that's a lot. It's a lot of people. Well, these people are not good people, sir. These are not good people. You'll feel better about it. Well, they're not good people, but they're people, aren't they? And he goes, I said, you know what? Why don't you buzz them for a little while, and maybe after a day or two of buzzing them, they'll surrender. They don't know about surrendering, sir. Well, maybe they'll raise the white flag. They don't have a white flag, sir. I said, well, give it a shot anyway. He said, all we're going to do is take a couple of bullet holes in our wings. You guys know about that, right? And I said, well, let's give it a shot. And he calls up and says, let me do the job, sir. I said, all right, do the job. And we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate in just a very short little period of time, totally different from what I was told in Washington, D.C. by a bunch of frickin' losers, okay? Losers. And that's the beginning. And I took that general and made him the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as I told you. And he's going to be great, and he's highly respected by everybody. Just a different kind of respect, too. It's a real respect. But we can do our job better than anybody in the world, but you have to have the leadership of the top at the top. And we're doing that. We're finding, we let a lot of 4-stars go. We had more 4-stars. We had, I think, 425 4-stars in World War II, which, by the way, we won. In World War II, we had 187 generals, and we had like 425 generals now, without really a war. And so we made a lot of changes, and we have the best. We have the best. We worked hard to figure the best, the real ones. We want the real generals, not the fake generals, and not the political generals, too. So we have something that's special, but it can show you really what happened. We also just apprehended, as an example, the ISIS terrorists of the Al-Baghdad, the one that caused all of the problems in Afghanistan, caused unbelievable destruction. We lost 13 great soldiers. I got to know the parents and the families of those soldiers. But you know what they don't say is the ones who were so horribly wounded, which were many. And hundreds of people were killed from the other side. I always include that. That should have never happened. That whole mess should have never happened. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And we're not going to have things like that happen anymore. And again, we should have kept the air base. We should have kept it. We let it go. and we left, and it was a very embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That'll never happen again. There are a lot of people that said that Russia went into Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, wow, we didn't think that was possible, but it's not possible any longer, I can tell you. That's another one would have never happened if I were president. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. All of those things, they would have never happened. But the Afghanistan withdrawal, not the fact that they withdrew, but the fact that the way they did it was so horrible and so embarrassing. So we brought this horrible person to justice, to American justice. We caught the person that set off that bomb. And all of this is possible because of the work that you do with partnerships that you forge. In this case, it was Pakistan. And by the way, I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile. And all of a sudden you'll start seeing missiles of a different type. And we got it settled. I hope I don't walk out of here and 2 days later find out that it's not settled, but I think it is settled. And we talked to them about trade. Let's do trade instead of do war. And Pakistan was very happy with that, and India was very happy with that, and I think they're on the way. You know, they have been fighting for about 1,000 years, in all fairness. So I said, you know, I could settle that up. I can settle anything. Let me settle it up. Let's get them all together. How long have you been fighting? About 1,000 years. Oh, that's a lot. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about settling. That's a tough one. They've been fighting for a long time. But we got that settled. Everybody was very happy, I'll tell you. That looked like it was really going to be escalating out of control. But with us today is the first sergeant of the 379th Wing, Master Sergeant Patrick Elders. Patrick, wherever you may be. Where are you, Patrick? Handsome guy. Wow. I'm looking at him from here, and it says after having served 22 years, he's a lot. How long have you been in, Patrick? Wow, that's amazing. It looks like he's like 25 years old. I'm saying 22 years. They said, we must have this mixed up. We don't have it mixed up. I guess when you love what you do, you stay young, right? And he loves what he does, no doubt about it. But having served over 22 years in the Air Force, he's one of his, right now, this is his 6th deployment. But this time it's a little different because his stepson, Airman First Class Ashton Inman, is on his own first ever deployment nearby in Kuwait, right now in Kuwait, which is really incredible. Master Sergeant Elders is proud that 2 generations of his family are now serving the same mission in the same theater, protecting the same great American flag. So say hello to him. Thank you very much. Very nice. A lot of stories like that. A lot of stories like that. And I want to thank Airman First Class Inman also very much. That's a great story. That's a great story. And we have many of them. I guarantee in this room right now there are many such stories. There are several married couples serving side by side in uniform at this base, including Staff Sergeants Tyler and Paige Duck. Where is Tyler and Paige? For years, they grew their relationship while Paige was deployed in the UK and Tyler was halfway around the world at Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson in Alaska, conquering a 14-hour time difference. That's a lot of time difference. And now they're together at Al Udeid, and it's really great. So, Staff Sergeants, congratulations. It's fantastic. The American people never forget that our service members and their families make incredible sacrifices each and every day so that all Americans can be safe and be free, and we love our amazing military families. Our military families are as good as you can get. The men and women here today are part of a noble tradition of service that has been passed down from one generation of Americans to the next, and your spirit and courage and sacrifice has always been there when we needed you the most. You're always there when we need you the most. With us today is Master Sergeant Michael Schlow, who happens to be from a small town in a place called Butler, Pennsylvania. Has anybody heard of Butler, Pennsylvania? Yeah. Michael is a member of the Air Force Reserve as well as Butler County Corrections Officer. And last July 13th, he attended the rally where an assassin tried to take my life. He gave it a shot. Not good. That was someday. As soon as the shots were fired, Michael raced to direct law enforcement toward the sniper's perch, then worked to evacuate the rest of the crowd in a very safe manner. But Master Sergeant Schlow would be the first to tell you who the real hero was that day. He personally knew and really liked veteran firefighter, also a veteran of the military, great veteran of the military, who laid down his life for his country, really laid down his life for his country. His whole life was about his country. Corey Comparator, and he's become somewhat of a legend, I will tell you. He took a hard shot. He took a hard shot guarding his family. Master Sergeant Schlow, your commitment represents the very best in America. Thank you for your incredible service that day and forever, because that day was a horrible day, but you acted with incredible bravery. We've got reports about what you did. It was really amazing, and I personally appreciated it. That was a rough day. We don't want to have days like that. But Corey was an incredible guy, lost his life, guarding his wife and children. Every American warrior here today inherits the legacy of exceptional patriots who have defended our freedom for nearly 250 years. You carry on the glorious tradition of the heroes of Lexington and Concord, Gettysburg and Belleau Wood, Normandy and Midway. You embody the spirit of the soldiers who hoisted the flag over Fort McHenry and the Marines who planted the stars and stripes on the summit to Iwo Jima. That was a rough attack. You carry forward the mission of generations of Americans before you who marched through halls of gunfire, trekked over rugged mountains, stormed across scorching deserts, sailed through hostile waters, conquered unknown dangers, and poured out their blood and guts on battlefields all over the world. The military is incredible, and we won our independence. We preserved our union, protected our way of life, defeated fascism, crushed terrorism, liberated millions and millions of people from bondage, and brought communism to its knees. It's what we did. And now we're going to defend America from all enemies, overcome all obstacles and dangers, and as one nation we're going to build a future of peace and prosperity for generations to come. Together we will stand strong, we will stand proud, we will live free, and we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. So, my trip is 4.5 days, but this is the one I was so looking forward because I'm with the people that I really love and respect. And we love and respect you. This is what you're doing, the service you do for your country. You keep us safe. There is no more important profession. And I was so proud to see those reports coming in just a few days ago saying that the enrollment is at the highest level ever, especially when I had to suffer running against a group of people that were very inappropriate, where they allowed that reputation of what you stood for and what you stand for to deteriorate to a point where we weren't able to recruit. So just remember this, you have a job now that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be doing what you're doing. It's a special job. And I'm so proud. When I saw those numbers come across the board that we set the record for enrollment in the military, and we took that from the exact opposite just 6 months before, I was very, very proud of that. We have a great country. We have a proud country. We have a country that's respected all over the world. And as I said before, a year ago we were laughed at, but nobody's laughing at our country anymore. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world. And thank you very much, and enjoy your lives, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What a speech by President Trump to our troops in Qatar. And that is something I can echo. If you love what you do, you'll stay young. Really honoring these family members. There's a gentleman with his stepson literally serving out of the same unit in different places. One is in Kuwait, one in Qatar. Just amazing to see the love between President Trump and our American troops who selflessly give of their time, talent, and treasure to defend this great nation. And now they have a president who backs them, who defends them. And how great is it to see those who were terminated during the COVID pandemic being reinstated and receiving full back pay. This president has the backs of the military and has the backs of the American people. And it's peace through strength. It's a very simple foreign policy in many ways, common sense, but other predecessors, sadly, as he critiqued others, the living former presidents, wanted to use our military for moral grievances or those alleged falsehoods that took place over the course of many years with faulty intelligence. President Trump making sure the buck stops with him and that he's willing to use it, but truly wants to seek the route of peace. An amazing speech by President Trump, and of course finishing with the classic YMCA. Thank you to our sponsors on the right side of history, Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN, your go-to for all things gold and silver. We know what the Chinese Communist Party is doing, the war games against Taiwan, attempting to buy up prime farmland in the United States around our military bases. They sent a spy balloon during the Auto Pen administration. Thank God President Trump's in office, but regardless of properties, assets, 401ks, or IRAs, how are you saving for your retirement? Gold and silver need to become part of your portfolio, and great patriots like Judge Jeanine Pirro supporting this organization, which is the best in the business. Paul Stone, the CEO of Colonial Metals Group, has detailed on the network why gold and silver are a must, not only a luxury, but the hot commodity to be your best bet against inflation. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code now to shield your savings today. Thank you to Colonial Metals Group for sponsoring RSBN Live. And while you're at that with all of your assets, Kalshi.com/RSBN. You can bet and trade on all the live events happening throughout the United States and around the world. Simple questions like egg prices. Will they go up or down? How about inflation? Will we see that coming down lower in light of President Trump's economy? All the accomplishments he's had, taking on big pharma, to the use of tariffs. We saw on Monday the stock market skyrocketed with the 90-day agreement between the Chinese and the United States in regards to tariffs. We'll see how that continues to go. Negotiations being led by Scott Bessent and Jamieson Greer, the respective Treasury Secretary and Trade Representative of the United States. gentlemen doing an extraordinary job, and now Mr. Bessent along with President Trump throughout the Middle East. So we look forward to that. But regardless of those questions, or will the Dodgers win the World Series once again, go back to back for the baseball championship there? Scan the QR code there right under my chin. Kalshi.com/RSBN. It's fun. It's great. You could bet and trade on the most important events out there. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And we are watching nonstop, unbridled access to President Trump's trip to the Middle East. How historic, how successful it has been. Just to highlight some of the victories in Qatar over the course of the last several hours, the following represent just a few of the many groundbreaking deals in Qatar. Boeing and GE Aerospace secured a landmark order from Qatar Airways, a $96 billion agreement that acquires 210 American-made Boeing 787 Dreamliners and the 777X aircraft powered by GE Aerospace engines. President Trump mentioning, if you were watching earlier on the stream, that meeting with GE executives, also members of our government and the Qatari government. He just likes those double engines on both sides. That's what's on Air Force One. You just have a lot of power behind that, and these big jumbo jets able to scale and fly across the world with trade. So very important to these major trade deals. Also, the largest ever wide-body order of the 787s. I can't say I've been on one. That's quite a large plane. This historic agreement will support 154,000 American jobs annually, and this will total over 1 million jobs in the United States during the course of production and delivery of this deal. McDermott has a strong partnership with Qatar Energy in advancing critical energy infrastructure, with 7 active projects worth $8.5 billion. As the sole provider of offshore components for Qatar's major LNG expansion, McDermott's work directly supports thousands of U.S. energy sector jobs. Parsons has successfully won 30 projects worth up to $97 billion. These high-value engagements have fueled significant company growth, supporting thousands of jobs across the United States and reinforcing American leadership in cutting-edge engineering and innovation. We also have Quantanum finalized a joint venture agreement with Al Raban Capital, a prominent Qatari company, to invest up to $1 billion in the state-of-the-art quantum technologies and workforce development in the United States. This supports U.S. jobs and leadership in the critical emerging technology. Also, these signings that took place yesterday accelerate Qatar's defense investment in the U.S.-Qatar security partnership, enhancing regional deterrence and benefiting the U.S. industrial base. This trip is so crucial to stopping the Iranian mullahs, and hopefully they'll have a change of heart, realizing that common sense works. Investments outside of war and destruction, and what historically has really been the downfall of the Middle East, it can all change. Look at what's happened in these 3 countries over the course of 25 to 30 years. This was all desert. This was all, their sole income was from oil fields. They're now leading on countless things throughout the world, including AI, infrastructure, to technology and transportations that are changing the face of Western civilization. And President Trump leading that way, peace through strength, talking to people regardless of the differences that exist. And not all of these countries, these Gulf states, align exactly with how we think as Americans. There are some large differences, namely in the majority of what is the religion in the country, Islam, specifically Sunni Islam, that dominates this region. That's part of the reason why Iran fought so hard against these people and had the Houthis in there disrupting the trade lines. It was Shia versus Sunni, a generations-old tribal conflict that can be brought to an end with dialogue and discussion. These people also once were sworn enemies of Israel, but they want the Israel-Hamas conflict to come to an end. Again, celebrating the hostages being released by that man right there, the President of the United States. AutoPen had us in a very dangerous position over the course of the last 4 years because we know of the cognitive decline. We know that some in the media did not tell the truth about it. And that's why it's grateful to have President Trump at the helm, We're going to toss now to this recorded earlier, another event, President Trump in Qatar celebrating with the great officials there.
Yeah, let's move them up to the middle.
So the defense deals locked just yesterday in Qatar's procurement are state-of-the-art military equipment. That's some of the things you saw there as we're witnessing President Trump being ushered away on his route to the United Arab Emirates. And again, I can't overstate in Saudi Arabia and Qatar for the leaders to be welcoming President Trump on a purple or red carpet on a tarmac like that, to have white stallions accompanying the beautiful beast, the limo President Trump takes, and then also just to have this respect that's taken place in these two great nations now on his way to the United Arab Emirates. You can't understate just how important this is and how it's gone against protocol in the past. There is a deep amount of respect from these Gulf nations, this Gulf region, with the President of the United States and America back leading this great world towards peace and prosperity. So I would behoove anyone, watch this, send this to a liberal friend, and let them make up their mind, or a far left progressive like those Ben and Jerry types that are out there complaining about RFK's Maha movement. I mean, how ridiculous and ludicrous. President Trump securing our borders, making economic deals that will bring prosperity to the United States and grow again that American dollar. Raytheon, an RTX business, secured $1 billion in agreements with Qatar's acquisition of counter-drone capabilities signed by the U.S. and Qatari governments. This deal establishes Raytheon's fixed site, low, slow, small unmanned aerial systems, integrated defeat systems, in fact, designed to counter unmanned aircraft. So this deal highly supports skilled manufacturing and trades, reinforcing America's leadership in technological advances. So both nations will benefit from this when it comes to security. Let's just take a look now as President Trump scaling the red carpet up onto Air Force One. And we're just going to stay with this right now as we're watching President Trump take the steps up there. This is on his way from Doha, Qatar to the United Arab Emirates. And then the classic fist bump, thanking the great leaders of Qatar for their hospitality and for the amazing deals signed just yesterday. What a big week for this administration, for the United States, because we should root on any president, Republican or Democrat. And we're so fortunate to have people at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and throughout the Beltway focused on these America First policies. It's a breath of fresh air. And this is someone who's been talking about it roughly since 1987, about America First, strengthening the dollar, and making America great again with true populist policies that are really neither conservative nor liberal at the end of the day, but rather supporting American infrastructure, protecting us from sea to shining sea, not getting entangled in alliances that will drag us into nation-building wars on faulty intelligence. You know, George W. Bush spoke relatively, this was a few years ago, about a decade ago, on isms, as he put it, native-ism and this, that, and the other. Nothing could be further from the truth. How about globalism, George W. Bush? Have you ever apologized for your invasion of Iraq, destroying ancient Mesopotamia, the countless collateral damage that took place, and frankly, the thousands of lives, military and civilian, that perished because of a war based on yellow cake and WMDs that did not exist? And granted, it was a Republican administration, but it was the neocon agenda. It was the neoliberal agenda over the last 30 years that have put us in a very dangerous position and have left people my age without limbs and to have the scars of war forever. An apology would be due at this point, former Mr. President, a title you should have never had. But thank God that the American people, the patriots, have seen this firsthand, a foreign policy that does work. It's under Donald Trump, and he is making America safe again, wealthy again, healthy again, and ultimately making America great again, as catalyzing prosperity through greater trade and investment. Dialogue is the cornerstone of diplomacy, and who knows, you might get deals that are worth $600 billion from Saudi Arabia and $1.2 trillion from Qatar. So thank you to our partners in the region, and thank you to President Trump with the business acumen and the common sense to lead an extraordinary cabinet to saving this great nation. We'd like to thank our sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, angelpaste.com, or actually we're going to go to Brightcore. It's made in the USA. Kimchi One, gut health, immunity support, anti-aging properties. Call today, don't delay. I've tried this. It's a great way to supplement your mornings or even taking it in the evenings. Take with some food as well, but non-GMO, no chemicals. This helps your gut health. Sometimes people can have that brain fog in the afternoon, or they don't feel present at work or even in their personal lives with family. And so much of it could just be your diet or even what's going on inside your gut. So get 25% off with code RSBN. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN or call 800-722-0936. You'll receive an additional 25% off if you do it that way. For 50% off of Brightcore, which is made right here in the good old US of A, Kimchi One, their premier product. Call today and do not delay, 800-722-0936. Thank you to Brightcore for being on the right side of history. And speaking of health, All Family Pharmacy, your go-to for a great discount code of 10%, RSBN10, ivermectin, methylene blue, and other essential medications, 200 in fact, including antibiotics and everything you need in case there's an emergency or the power shuts down or your spouse with blood pressure issues has that medication right there in case there's a spike. God forbid that happens, or your child has a fever or the flu. It's just very common, and it's good to have this essential medication on hand, because sad thing is sometimes your pharmacy won't prescribe that, or a certain doctor, not because it's not in stock, but because Big Pharma doesn't want you to have it. Part of the reason why President Trump signed that executive order on Monday before mic dropping and climbing up Air Force One for the Middle East. Get the ivermectin, other essential medications you need, over 200, and antibiotics as well. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Crucial to do. And don't worry, no insurance, no hassle, just ease of mind. These doctors on call 24/7. This staff can have this medication to you at your doorstep 24 hours after you make that order. A great thing in this day and age. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history. It's a beautiful thing. As we look at the White House, latest news from the president, his trip to the Middle East. It's a new dawn. It's a new era. It's a golden era, in fact, for Western civilization, led by the United States, and President Trump jokingly saying that we should celebrate all this stuff. We have to do this once again, and this president is, come June 14th, with Flag Day, also his birthday. We're going to toss now to President Trump aboard Air Force One.
So busy. We're landing just about now. This has been an amazing trip. We've raised trillions of dollars of investment for our country, and we're dealing with really good people that have been abandoned in a way by our country and by the United States, and we're not going to abandon. We have very good friends in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar. So now we're going to UAE. We're going to be landing shortly, and we have another really good situation there, but they felt abandoned. They were going to be captured by China from the standpoint of trade, and that's not going to happen anymore. We have a very good relationship, as you probably all saw. Jennifer, I'm sure that you saw that last night. I shook more hands than any human being is capable of doing. That was a long deal, and they were big people. But they were starving for love because our country didn't give them love. They gave them a fist bump. Remember the fist bump in Saudi Arabia? He travels all the way to Saudi Arabia in that case, and he gives them a fist bump. That's not what they want. They don't want a fist bump. They want to shake his hand. So we had a great. You saw the Boeing order was 160 jets. It's the biggest order in the history, I think, in aviation, certainly of that size. They're all 787s and 777s. Those are the big ones. We really had a good time. Let me just see, where are we? We're about ready to land. So we, very special, very special.
Mr. President, are you disappointed in the level of the delegation that the Russians sent to Turkey?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not disappointed in anything. Who are you from?
BBC News.
I'm not disappointed. Why would I be disappointed? We just took in $4 trillion, and he says, are you disappointed about a delegation? I know nothing about a delegation. I haven't even checked. Look, nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, okay? And obviously he wasn't going to go. He was going to go, but he thought I was going to go. He wasn't going if I wasn't there. And I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying. Thank you. You're going to land right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And President Trump on display there on Air Force One, the peace through strength, not going to Turkey for the talks between Russia and Ukraine because, as he put it, Vladimir Putin would like him to be there and said he would not go unless he was there. So he will follow up with the leader of Russia in regards to that conflict. This has been a highlight of this Middle East trip as well. Peace through strength as President Trump en route to the United Arab Emirates. We'll take a quick commercial break. Stick with us here on the right side of history. I'm Robert McNeely. We'll be right back with you very shortly.
You've heard how hard it can be to get access to medications like ivermectin, all the things they don't want you to take because they're actually effective and they don't cost all that much, right? You've seen that one before. So it's critical to have something like that on hand for any emergency and to be prepared in a time of crisis. And that's why I want to tell you about All Family Pharmacy. They're cutting through the nonsense and they make it easy to get hard to find medications when you need them most. They'll provide the prescription, no hoops to jump through, no waiting room, no hassle, and they deliver it right to your door. All Family Pharma even lets you order in bulk so you can stay ahead of the curve. Head over to allfamilypharmacy.com for 10% off your first order. Again, allfamilypharmacy.com. It's simple. Get the 10% savings. Be prepared.
I'm Elmer Heinrich, the 91-year-old formulator of Immuno 150, an incredible nutritional supplement. There's nothing like it. Now, Immuno 150 is different because it contains 70 plant-derived minerals and 80 other nutrients. Dr. Linus Pauling, known for vitamin C, was instrumental in convincing me to get into the mineral business in 1983. He said the world is sick due to a lack of minerals in topsoil. He said the body needs 60 minerals, but the average food and supplement has no more than 12. That's the reason for Immuno 150. Since its inception, it's had a powerful impact on the lives of thousands of people who could not get any help from various supplements they took or their doctor. Now, I suggest you try Immuno 150 to see what 70 minerals, CoQ10, and 80 nutrients can do for you. Look at the 2 videos on our website. Millions have. Now, consider placing an order for Immuno 150 online or call our toll-free number. I know you'll be glad you did.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. There is a live look there. The Qasar Al Watan. Looks like a bilateral meeting taking place now with President Trump and the leaders of the United Arab Emirates. Of course, the president is Sheikh Mohammed. He is also the ruler of Abu Dhabi. So these 7 emirates came into being with their very first president in formation as we currently see with the UAE. So an interesting thing coming together with the different rulers of these lands all under one federal nation now. So if you're curious about how the United Emirates came about, the United Arab Emirates, and these beautiful palaces. It really has been a display of architecture, of gold, and President Trump even commenting on that with some of his takes on not only Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and how beautiful it's been, and the illustrious welcoming and hospitality by these nations towards President Trump and the entire United States delegation. There clearly is camaraderie. You can see it in the leadership, how they interact with President Trump, and the interest they have in strengthening their countries, not only financially, but also making sure of these military boundaries and security as well as a whole, because these historic enemies that they've had with Iran and others always have posed a threat to these Gulf states, especially recently with the Houthi rebels who were decimated, quite frankly, thanks to President Trump, our Navy and Air Force, stopping the routes under AutoPen. They were disrupting trade lines taking place, literally modern day pirates out there causing troubles and terror throughout the Middle East. We saw the rise again of the ISIS caliphate and radical Islamic terrorism, but these Gulf states and the Arabic world committed to stopping this with common sense approaches. And by showing those, you don't need to choose that gangster lifestyle. You can choose peace through strength and wealth, quite frankly, with all of the amazing emergence of technologies, AI, the oil industry still, as well as energy infrastructure. So much happening in these Gulf states, and it's just so beautiful that I would love to go tour myself. It is ornate, it is just iconic, and fit for His Excellency, President Donald J. Trump, as all these leaders have been addressing him as that, which it has a nice ring to it. So I was kind of joking around with staff here that John Adams is smiling from the heavens, because when he was first vice president, he was tasked really on his own accord, what do we address the president as? And the Congress at the time, of course, being a constitutional republic and a very young nation, said, Mr. Adams, why are you wasting your time? He was trying to find fulfillment in that role of the vice presidency. Of course, you would only obtain that if you lost the presidential election until the year 1800, when you started having more of the duality of tickets taking place, so having a running mate instead of how we did it right off the bat. But he would try to name the president as His Excellency. They finally got down to the more informal Mr. President years and years later. But regardless, that is the address of how you are hospitable and how you greet international leaders in the Middle East with titles like His Excellency. Now, His Highness, the President of the United Arab Emirates, that is Mr. Sheikh Mohammed, meeting with President Trump in this bilateral meeting. They are also at the Grand Mosque, the Sheikh Grand Mosque, to tour that as well today. So we're seeing live shots now and the latest news from President Trump's visit to the Middle East, an extraordinary one to say the least, perhaps the most famous, as he mentioned with Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the combined totals of those deals, $4 trillion coming into the United States and into hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs for our country, something that won't just happen on a temporary basis, but ongoing, with these beautiful deals being made. And we'll come out with more details for you, ideally very soon, for what's taking place here in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you to our sponsors on the right side of history, Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Shield your savings now. Even with all the gold in these palaces throughout the Gulf states, even with the $4 trillion worth of deals made thus far, how do you protect your assets with properties, assets, and 401ks, IRAs, everything there for you in your portfolio? Think about adding gold and silver, because gold has gone up over 7,000% since 1971, when the Nixon administration went off of that gold standard. Paul Stone, the great CEO of Colonial Metals Group, has detailed this right here on RSBN, how important it is to get that plan lined up. It's not something of wealth and privilege, but rather a hot commodity and needed in 2025. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll find out with no obligation just how that will help you and your family, with great patriots like former Judge Jeanine Pirro, now serving the federal affiliates as the D.C. head go-to attorney under President Trump with that appointment. She's one of the best out there, and great patriots like her trust Colonial Metals Group, as do I, as does the great network here on the right side of history. freegoldguy.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code now. Shield your savings today. Thank you for your sponsorship of RSBN. And how about mypillow.com/RSBN? You can rest easy at night knowing your finances are in order with those Giza Dream Sheets and the bed sheet sale going on now for what a good deal, only $49.98, any color, any size. Don't delay, call today, 800-836-7566, mypillow.com/RSBN. Support Mike Lindell on the right side of history by going to mypillow.com/RSBN. Thank you, sir, for your sponsorship. Great seeing you 2 weeks ago in Warren, Michigan. And as President Trump said, who's the best master marketer out there? It's Mike Lindell, and that is true. Thank you for supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. As we cover everything in the Middle East, President Trump with the leadership in the United Arab Emirates, just off of this strategic victory from Qatar, catalyzing prosperity through greater trade and investment. The United States and Qatar have a long history of trade and a strong commercial relationship, including significant long-term aviation, critical infrastructure, and also information technology and consulting deals. So this is sure to work out very well on the heels of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. They're live in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. I'm sure another great deal to come forward, the trade between our special nations. The United States had a $2 billion trade surplus with Qatar in 2024 and had a positive trade balance with Qatar since 2023. So maybe it's the one thing that AutoPen didn't screw up because of past administration, specifically the Abraham Accords and the great work President Trump laid in that first term with the Gulf states. The United States in 2024 led the Qatar trade, totaling over $5.5 billion, with $3.8 billion in U.S. exports and $1.8 billion in Qatari imports. Qatar's greenfield investments in the United States totaled $3.3 billion in 2023, focused on hotels and tourism, information technology, advanced manufacturing, financial services, and oil and gas. This visit advances opportunities for United States companies to expand long-standing partnerships and for Qatari entities to embrace the United States technologies, adopt best practices, and finalize new agreements for significant sales and investments. Qatar has made significant investments in the United States for hotels and tourism, financial services, technology, healthcare, and energy, with plans to invest even more over the next 5 years. These investments strengthen the U.S. economy by supporting good-paying jobs for millions of American workers, expanding U.S. exports, and funding research and development. Qatar has the third largest proven reserves of natural gas in the world and has invested in American energy infrastructures. And this helps out great American companies like ExxonMobil, their Golden Pass LNG terminal, $10 billion going there, and Chevron Phillips Chemicals Golden Triangle Polymers plant. So that's $8 billion in worth, both located on the Texas Gulf Coast, which we know is the Gulf of America. So this is the strength of the art of the deal. A country that is very small in area, Qatar, but fourth in world GDP. So this was a huge deal that took place. Qatar is our 12th largest foreign military sales partner, with active cases valued at more than $26 billion. Their expansive investment in and around trade with the United States contributes to the U.S.-Qatari economic growth and prosperity, and Qatar's choice of U.S. industry's best fit solutions, supporting the U.S. strategic goal of growing our industrial presence throughout the Gulf and the region as a whole. So yesterday's announcement now brings back this golden age to America, this golden age for Western civilization, this new Middle East that we're seeing, united in focus and purpose, keeping tradition, but also wanting to dialogue with other nations, wanting to push back against any ISIS caliphate or radical Islamic terrorism that takes place within the Middle East, and also pushing back the Shia Islamic leaders, the mullahs in Iran. Huge for peace throughout the Middle East and the future existence of great friends like Israel. This all on the backs of the Otto Penn administration, where we had the October 7th Hamas-led attack against the Israeli people, against the American people, quite frankly, against humanity. Attacking innocent people at a concert. Nothing more egregious, nothing more disgusting. Edon Alexander, now recovering, the last American hostage, who is in Israel right now and hopefully on his way home soon to New Jersey to be reunited with family, as you saw a video earlier this week of his mother on the phone after Steve Witkoff created that connection between the two of them to have a conversation, one that was not had in roughly a year and a half. I mean, the nightmares that these families gone through simply because they're Jewish. It's horrible, it's anti-Semitic, it's evil, quite frankly, and that should not happen. President Trump seeing to it that every American hostage and every hostage in that conflict brought back either dead or alive. And it's important to remember all those who have suffered so egregiously at the hands of the Otto Penn administration, whether it be our military who lost their jobs, now with back pay, now coming back with their ranks reinstated because they didn't bow to a mandate, because they might have had a medical or religious difference. It's extraordinary to think about the fascist tactics, the communist tactics that the Biden administration used. And it's not an extreme statement. I wish it wasn't so. But as President Trump detailed in an interview on the way to the Middle East on Air Force One, Biden is a really bad guy. The amount of people that that family has harmed in their tenure of so-called public service, justice is coming, promises made, promises kept, and it's nice to have a president not only with full cognitive ability, but a business acumen, a wherewithal, common sense, putting together a team of true patriots, truly the conservative Avengers, as Joe Rogan put it on his podcast. Steve Witkoff, Pete Hegseth, Scott Bessent, amazing people. Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard. It's a countless amount of people who have put and set aside their own safety in many cases. Think about Tom Homan. His family is in hiding right now because he's told the truth on the border. He's worked for 6 presidents, both Republican and Democrat, who knew the first mission, none of this economic prowess could happen unless our border was secure, unless we stopped the fentanyl trade, which has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. This president bringing this team together in order to make America great again. And we're watching it in real time, the front row of history. And we're so proud here on the right side of history to bring it to you, the American people, as the motorcade is about to arrive at this beautiful palace in the United Arab Emirates, the capital, Abu Dhabi. President Sheikh Mohammed, President Donald Trump, together, and there's Chris Wright right there. He is the Secretary of Energy. I'm sure some great energy deals being made during this third leg of a foreign policy trip taking up the bulk of the week here on this Thursday, May 15th, 2023. And wasn't Pete Hegseth great the other day before going on this trip? We're done with all of that explicitive, but it was appropriate for the time. With the trans in the military, with men wearing dresses. Remember those videos from the campaign trail? How ridiculous to watch men dressing up in the Navy as women. How disrespectful to the women in our lives. Common sense returning to a meritocracy, to a military ready, willing, and able to go on a moment's notice so that no one will threaten us, nor our friends. And as President Trump said to the troops stationed in Qatar and Kuwait, look, we have to celebrate our victories. World War II, we did that. World War I, we did that. It's so important to reflect upon these things, just as Russia did on May 8th, and we will on June 14th, which is Flag Day. And not only is it Flag Day, perhaps divine correspondence President Trump was born on June 14th. Irony? Coincidence? I don't happen to think so. I think divinely inspired, in fact, as this president mentioned that one of the soldiers behind him was from the beautiful town of Butler, Pennsylvania, where an assassin attempted to take his life, but God protected him. And President Trump knows he's on this mission as he arrives soon at the Qatar Al Watan Palace, perhaps the most beautiful of the palaces he's been to thus far. Quite ornate, quite wonderful, I'm sure, full of gold and beautiful materials from all over the world. Thank you to our sponsors on the right side of history. And again, Mr. Director, that sponsorship one more time. Once you have your finances in order, always good to check in on your health and be ready regardless of emergencies, storms. We've seen them in western North Carolina and throughout Tennessee and other states in the Southeast in the last few months. Get ivermectin and other essential medications, over 200 in fact, including antibiotics, with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Just think about this for a moment. Your pharmacy is closed and your spouse needs that blood pressure medication, or your son or daughter spiking a fever in the middle of the night and there's nowhere to go. Or even worse, your pharmacy will not prescribe it to you, not because it's out of stock, but because Big Pharma doesn't want you to have it. That's why President Trump is aggressively having the backbone, as Secretary Kennedy put it, taking on the global interests in the Beltway. Regardless of that, this is why All Family Pharmacy exists, so that doctors are on call 24/7 for you and your loved ones. And if you have no insurance, there's no hassle, just peace of mind. You can order online. You need a prescription, most likely from your doctor, if you can obtain that. But also, you could be in contact with their doctors who will get you that medication in less than 24 hours from when you order it, right to your doorstep. No hassle, just peace of mind. Code RSBN10 is your go-to for 10% off your order, a nice savings when you order for the first time. Allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you for being on the right side of history and for helping keep America healthy and safe as we are in this golden era. Thank you also to angelpaste.com, who does a very similar thing, taking care of your dry skin, your eczema, whatever might be bothering you, because there's nothing more embarrassing if you shake hands and you have that dry, cracked skin and there might be a little bit of blood. It's just, that's not the most fun for germaphobes like me. So Angel Paste, Miracle Cream, your go-to, the non-GMO, the no chemicals, vitamin B infused Miracle Cream. Also the immunity boosting vitamin C option. It comes in an orange packaging. And again, all natural, non-GMO. It's good for your skin to absorb these qualities within these Miracle Creams. An all-natural mosquito spray, facial spray as well for guys and gals, men and women. Great products for both of you, so you can go out there and paint the town red. So experience the miracle today, angelpaste.com. It's on the right side of history, based in the beautiful Lone Star State of Texas. Spring, Texas, in fact, off that Gulf of America. It is a go-to for you, angelpaste.com. Thanks for sponsoring us on RSBN. And there's a live look now as President Trump is about to arrive at Qatar Al Watan Palace with likely President Trump and President Sheikh Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates. And while we await that arrival at the palace, we're going to play a recorded clip of him landing in the United Arab Emirates and being greeted by President Sheikh Mohammed. Again, breaking protocol. President Trump, the art of the deal, the art of the comeback. We're going there to see this beautiful arrival into the United Arab Emirates via Air Force One.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We await his arrival at the Qatar Al Watan Palace. And let's break down for you, what is the United Arab Emirates? It might be a question as to what that is. It's united 7 separate emirates with the president leading this federation. So it is a federal elective monarchy. And we're going to toss it there now live in Abu Dhabi as President Trump arrives at the Qatar Al Watan Palace.
automated system, please. Laura.
Guys, we finished the deal. We just please, guys, we said that many times before. Only the official. Only the official. This is not good. شباب حد يمزح. No. This is not the deal. This is not the deal. This is
Cover your astronauts, that's fine.
Excuse me? Stop. Stop, please. Stop recording. Stop recording. We really don't want to do that. Because we don't want to see it. Stay out of this fight.
And President Trump meeting with President Sheikh Mohammed, the third president of the United Arab Emirates, at the Qasr Al Watan Palace, a beautiful site with both delegations and our cabinet, I think, really acknowledging the beauty of it, as President Trump seemed to be, I'm not a good lip reader, but wow, look at this place. It was quite a nice moment with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, among many other members of the staff. Both delegations meeting with President Trump, greeting him, and President Sheikh Mohammed as they go in for a bilateral meeting. Stick with us here on the right side of history. We'll be back with you momentarily.
You've heard how hard it can be to get access to medications like ivermectin, all the things they don't want you to take because they're actually effective and they don't cost all that much, right? You've seen that one before. So it's critical to have something like that on hand for any emergency and to be prepared in a time of crisis. And that's why I want to tell you about All Family Pharmacy. They're cutting through the nonsense, and they make it easy to get hard to find medications when you need them most. They'll provide the prescription, no hoops to jump through, no waiting room, no hassle, and they deliver it right to your door. All Family Pharma even lets you order in bulk so you can stay ahead of the curve. Head over to allfamilypharmacy.com for 10% off your first order. Again, allfamilypharmacy.com. It's simple. Get the 10% savings. Be prepared.
I'm Elmer Heinrich, the 91-year-old formulator of Immuno 150, an incredible nutritional supplement. There's nothing like it. Now, Immuno 150 is different because it contains 70 plant-derived minerals and 80 other nutrients. Dr. Linus Pauling, known for vitamin C, was instrumental in convincing me to get into the mineral business in 1983. He said the world is sick due to a lack of minerals in topsoil. He said the body needs 60 minerals, but the average food and supplement has no more than 12. That's the reason for Immuno 150. Since its inception, it's had a powerful impact on the lives of thousands of people who could not get any help from various supplements they took or their doctor. Now I suggest you try Immuno 150 to see what 70 minerals, CoQ10, and 80 nutrients can do for you. Look at the 2 videos on our website. Millions have. Now consider placing an order for Immuno 150 online or call our toll-free number. I know you'll be glad you did.
And as we wait to see President Trump once again, he arrived just at the Qatar Al Watan Palace with President Sheikh Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates. I'm Robert McNeely. It's always a joy to be with you on the right side of history. Thanks for tuning in to your go-to live desk for President Trump's Middle East tour, one of the most successful 3-state stops in American history. Quite frankly, it's the art of the deal, and President Trump is securing billions in investments to revitalize American manufacturing, delivering on his promise to bring back Made in America and usher in a new golden era of prosperity. Today's announcement builds on yesterday's $600 billion investment commitment secured in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It also focuses on the announcement of a historic trade agreement with the United Kingdom and a joint agreement with China to reduce reciprocal tariffs. There's a live shot there of President Trump touring the palace with UAE counterparts, along with many members of our cabinet. And we are going to toss that there live now for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Well, we're supposed to be here.
We're having a good time. We're having a good time. Amazing. I hope you enjoyed it. It's an amazing culture. Thank you. Thank you.
When you come to America, we will treat you better. Okay?
exclusive to turn the SpaceX engine.
In the brown? In the brown?
We did a crop like this from that black picture.
President Trump touring the Qasr Al Watan Palace in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. And again, this is a unified constitutional monarchy based on 7 different emirates historically, dating back to even before the 18th century and British occupation of this land. So think of it in a sense of similar to the UK, the United Kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, if you could place 2 and 2 together. So President Sheikh Mohammed, the leader of the nation, also the ruler of Abu Dhabi, many city-states throughout this region. But President Trump overlooking the engineering technologies and everything really on the forefront of this oil-rich nation and very wealthy nation at that, as they conduct this bilateral meeting. Speaking of gold and all things needed in your portfolio, Colonial Metals Group is your go-to. Paul Stone, as the CEO, is aware of all of the inflation and record-setting debt in this country. What does that mean for you and your wallet, whether it's properties, assets, 401ks, IRAs? We're sure you're very smart here on the right side of history, but how can gold and silver come into play against hedges with inflation and the Chinese Communist Party and the games that they're playing, not only with the United States, but Taiwan? freegoldguide.com/RSBN is your no obligation go-to. Judge Jeanine Pirro, a great patriot who will be serving the D.C. Circuit as the nation's top attorney under President Trump. She endorses this group. So do other patriots. And you can scan that QR code now to shield your savings today and find out what is best for you and yours. Gold going up over 7,000% in value since 1971. The Nixon administration going off of that gold standard. And this has been a key talk in all of these negotiations, this tri-state visit to the Middle East by President Trump. The Saudi Arabians once traded American petrodollars. That was part of the reasoning for going off of the gold standard during the Nixon years. But then during Autopen, they traded the dollar for the yen and the Chinese Communist Party. So we can never let that happen again. So regardless of the government you live under or the president that might be in charge, good to have gold and silver in your portfolio. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN. The Giza Dream Sheet Sale. Any sheet size, any color. Call today. Do not delay. 800-836-7566. mypillow.com/RSBN. Support Mr. Mike Lindell, a great patriot. President Trump said in Warren, Michigan 2 weeks ago, the master marketer. So maybe they'll have a show post-presidency, but I'm trying not to get too far ahead of myself. come January 2029, because I am enjoying this golden era on this beautiful May 15th, Thursday. It's 2025. Nonstop winning, winning, winning. That first 100 days was great, but now in the second phase of 100 days, my goodness gracious, this has been the biggest week of success, perhaps for President Trump, the administration at large, our great good old U.S. of A. With President Trump securing investments, he is spurring a manufacturing renaissance, driving economic growth, driving it into creating high-paying jobs, not only for the United States, but across the nation, across the world as well. Hundreds of thousands of good jobs that will be beneficial to both the United States and the United Arab Emirates. It follows the announcement of a historic trade agreement with the United Kingdom and that trade agreement with China over the course of the next 90 days. We'll watch how that goes. But win, 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 fight, fight, fight. It's nonstop for President Trump on this beautiful visit to the Middle East. So many great victories in the last several hours. President Trump building on what has already attracted trillions in United States-based investments, laying the foundation for an era of unprecedented American prosperity. And President Trump building on the record of success with Qatar, exemplified by his leadership in the 2019 GE Aerospace Gen X engine sales to power Qatar Airways' then newly acquired Boeing 787-9 aircraft, a monumental purchase in the history of both companies. And as the deal maker in chief, as he's been aptly named, the peace president, the man of the people, a man for such a time as this, truly Donald Trump, the man in the arena. President Trump's latest achievement in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, and now the United Arab Emirates is another win for America. Trillions of dollars coming into the United States and jobs right here at home as President Trump is in the middle of a bilateral meeting with President Sheikh Mohammed, both delegations visiting the Qatar Al Watan Palace, and a beautiful sight, as President Trump mentioned to Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Pete Hegseth, Chris Wright, among many other cabinet members and staff. Stephen Miller, their assistant to the President of the United States, looking up at this beautiful ornate palace saying, wow, this is fantastic. And what a welcome by all three countries to President Trump, with leadership addressing him right at Air Force One, escorting him into these ornate, beautiful palaces. I really want to go see the Gulf states. This is amazing. What hospitality, great hosts, and newfound friendship and deeper respect for securing the Middle East, securing the United States, and ultimately securing global markets for those, especially in our middle class, to have access to artificial intelligence, manufacturing, technologies that can help the world as a whole. So much of that going on today, as stateside, a big case taking place. The Supreme Court is listening right now to birthright citizenship, that battle taking place over the 14th Amendment. Will this be a new ruling for how that amendment should be interpreted? Very interesting as we look back at the history of that. It's actually somewhere, ironically, where Antonin Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg were actually on the same page constitutionally, saying that it's not described in the Constitution as citizen, but rather as a resident or person within the country gaining that birthright citizenship. We'll see if the court takes a different direction with that, as President Trump now is in sight here at the Qatar Al Watan Palace with President Sheikh Mohammed. And we'll watch that as he is just being given a tour of this grand palace in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates, with win-win-win and victory after victory taking place. A $600 billion deal in Saudi Arabia, $1.2 trillion done in Qatar. And he was addressing on Air Force One, you might have seen it earlier in the broadcast, that roughly $4 trillion have been agreed to in exchange, with mostly military defense, but also looking to the future with infrastructure, oil and gas, and specific technologies that will benefit all 4 nations between the Gulf states and the United States. So this is truly the Abraham Accords 2.0, peace through strength, discussing with friends about how best to face the threat from radical Islamic terrorism, and specifically the Shia radicals in Iran and the mullahs who dominate that country. Perhaps they will wake up to freedom and prosperity, this unbridled wealth that you see right there in that beautiful palace, all done not only from energy prowess, but also from technologies and AI and just investing in tourism and welcoming people of all backgrounds to that beautiful nation. 7 Emirates united together in the United Arab Emirates. So we look forward to how everything can unfold in this next decade, this golden era. We know the FIFA World Cup is coming in 2026 to the United States just next year as we prepare for that. The FIFA World Cup trophy in the Oval Office right now, well, that will be going over to Qatar in 2034. And we know that region of the world, they call it football, but soccer hugely popular. And we'll see some of that excitement as President Trump is sitting down in a bilateral meeting with President Sheikh Mohammed. If there's any audio, we're going to toss that there now for you to listen in to the both good leaders representing their respective nations.
For over 50 years, the UAE and the United States have shared a multidimensional strategic partnership and a long-standing friendship grounded in a shared commitment to advancing prosperity and stability in our countries, the region, and the world. Over the decades, the UAE has been a trusted partner of the United States, both in terms of bilateral relations and in matters of shared concern. We are keen to continue deepening this friendship for the benefit of both our nations and peoples. Your presence here today, Mr. President, affirms that this commitment is mutual. Diplomatic relations between our 2 nations was established in 1971. But the connection between our peoples goes back further. 2 doctors who came as missionaries from the church in California have their names etched in the collective memory of the UAE. They are Pat and Marianne Kennedy. They arrived in Elaine in late 50s, working under challenging conditions at a time when up to 1 in 2 infants and 1 in 4 mothers died during childbirth. They founded Oasis Hospital, which played a pivotal role in the development of healthcare in the UAE. A few months after their arrival, Mr. President, I was born in the same hospital that these 2 American doctors founded. In recognition of their contributions, they were awarded the Abu Dhabi Award in its first edition in 2005. And in 2019, the hospital was renamed Kennedy Hospital in their honor. And their family was hosted in Abu Dhabi in gratitude for their service to the people of the UAE. Mr. President, the UAE and the United States share a strong development-focused partnership. This partnership has taken a significant leap forward since you assumed office, particularly in the areas of the new economy, energy, advanced technology, artificial intelligence, and industry. A testament to this is the UAE's plan to invest in the U.S. in these sectors through the UAE's investment bodies at a total value of $1.4 trillion over the next 10 years. Additionally, major partnerships and projects are underway between private sector entities in both nations. Beyond these areas, our countries maintain a strategic partnership in the field of space exploration. And the astronaut program and the asteroid belt mission. In this context, I would like to share something that may not be widely known. The American spacecraft Apollo 17 that flew in 1973 had carried the UAE flag on its journey to the moon. That same flag was later sent by NASA to our nation's founding father, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, in 1973, along with a fragment of lunar rock. Sheikh Zayed met with Apollo astronauts on several occasions, and he had a deep and enduring mission for the UAE to reach space. Mr. President, in March of this year, you stated that the UAE and the United States have long been partners in efforts to bring peace and security to the Middle East and the world. Today, I reaffirm to you that the UAE remains committed to working with the United States to advance peace and stability in our region and globally. Once again, Mr. President, I warmly welcome you, and I'm confident that this visit will have a profound and positive impact on the future of our bilateral relations. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Your Highness. What a lot of people don't know, I think my staff is very surprised by it. You and I have been friends for a long time. We've been good friends. And what they don't know about you is that you are considered a truly great warrior. And you've been through the wars. You're a great warrior, a very strong man, a brilliant man, a man of vision, like few others, and highly respected. When they know you, there's tremendous respect, and you're so respected in the Middle East that it's really amazing. You know, we've done the tour with two of your very good friends, you know that, and we were talking about you, and I won't tell you everything they said, but I can say it was all good. It was all good. Total admiration and respect for what you've done and who you are. And they said, when he gives you a handshake, when he makes a deal, that's the deal. And your wonderful brother came to Washington a few weeks ago, and he told us about your generous statement as to the $1.4 trillion, and all I could say is thank you very much. We will work very hard to deserve it. I have absolutely no doubt that the relationship will only get bigger and better. Your relationship and mine can't get better, so I can't say it's going to get better because it's at the highest level it can be. But our countries will work together. We've become a very hot country. We were not such a hot country 6 months ago. And now I think we're the hottest country, if you want to know the truth. We had one little indication a year ago. We were having a hard time getting people to join the military enlistment, they call it in our country. We were getting very bad vibes, very unhappy. It was an unhappy country. A lot of foolish things were happening, stupid things were happening. And we just got the numbers. We had the highest enlistment numbers just about that we've ever had. We think it probably the highest, but they say have to be extremely accurate when it comes to the news because they check every word I say. If there's a little bit of an inaccuracy, but I will tell you we had just about the best numbers for enlistment we've ever had. Every one of our services. I'm very proud of Space Force because I created Space Force. That was my baby. Hadn't been done in 78 years, a new force, and it's doing phenomenally well. We were not winning the space war, and now we're leading it by tremendous margins over Russia and China primarily. And so we're very proud of it, but I'm very proud of maybe even more so the enlistment numbers. So we went from having a hard time getting people to join our armed forces and our police, by the way, to having the best numbers that we've ever had, wanting to join. They're proud of our country again. That's a big thing, and to happen so fast, over about a 6 or 7 month period, that's a big honor. And likewise, the police, very hard to get police, and now the ranks are bursting and with pride. So that's something that we're very happy about. We've had investments in our country over the last 3 months, but really 2 months because it took me a couple of weeks to get started. I had to get a little acclimated again because we had a very successful first term, as you knew. We had one of the most successful economies in the history of our country. First term was amazing. We did a lot of things. We rebuilt our military. We did a lot of great things. And I think this is even going to be better. But we have now, I think, substantially over $10 trillion of investment. And now when I add the $1.4 trillion, we easily break that number. So that's investment or investment that we think will soon happen. And it doesn't include people that are building because not everybody comes and tells us that they're building, and it's a big country. But we're having numbers that we've never done before, and that means AI plants. That means, as an example, a really good example is Apple. Apple is now spending much more than $500 billion on plants. They didn't do that before. As you know, they built their plants in another location. We have the biggest computer company, $500 billion. We have Mr. Wei of Taiwan is spending $200 billion. Jensen who's great. Jensen Huang is spending $500 billion. We have numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That all means jobs, because to me the most important jobs. I want jobs. And we have costs are way down. Groceries, they have a term grocery. It's an old term, but it means basically what you're buying in food. It's a pretty accurate term, but it's an old-fashioned sound. But groceries are down, costs are down, eggs are down. They were, first week they were hitting me with eggs were up 200%, and now they're down to a number that is amazing. We're down 97, 98% from where they were. And everybody, they said, you won't have eggs for Easter. Well, we had everybody had eggs for Easter at a very reasonable price. At the White House, we had our little Easter egg roll, and we had hundreds of thousands of eggs purchased. They said, you have to go out and buy plastic eggs. That didn't work out. So we've done a real job, and our energy costs are way down. The energy is way down. Gasoline is down. And we have almost no inflation. So we've got the economy back. We've got a border now that's very powerful, 99.9%, and nobody would have believed that was possible. It was a real mess. We had, frankly, an incompetent previous administration. I know you weren't thrilled with them. They abandoned people, and it wasn't that they abandoned. They didn't bother to call people back. They treated people with great disrespect, but part of it was a level of stupidity that we've never seen before. And I'm glad we arrived, and I know you people also woo you. You know, you're an amazing country. You're a rich country. You can have your choice, but I know you'll never leave my side. I know that. And you know the special relationship that we have and our country has. So our country's back with you, and our country's back in a lot of ways. We have a country with tremendous spirit right now, tremendous. They haven't seen anything like it. I would say this, we're far ahead of schedule. If you would have told me these numbers in a year and a half from now, I would have been very happy with them. But think that substantially more than $10 trillion, you'll have numbers of other presidents where they won't do $1 trillion in a long time. $1 trillion. We did it in 2 months because, again, you figure 3, but let me have 1 month of fixing up the Oval Office. In other words, getting things ready. And I look forward to having you in the White House. We'll celebrate together. But we are going to be your friend, and we're going to be your partner, and we really appreciate your confidence and an investment. That's your biggest investment that you've ever made, and we really appreciate it, and we're going to treat you very, as you should be, magnificently. And you're a magnificent man, and it's an honor to be with you.
My honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you.
شكرا شباب. دخل وسام.
نستأذن سموكم بالبدء. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, in recognition of President Donald Trump's exceptional efforts to strengthen the long-standing ties of friendship and strategic partnership between the United Arab Emirates and United States of America, I am honored to announce that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan bestows the Order of Zayed upon President Trump.
Will you give me the honor?
Excuse me, everyone, please.
President Trump and President Sheikh Mohammed clearly have quite a friendship in place as he visits the Qatar Al Watan Palace. It's 9:01 in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. It's 1:01 stateside on the East Coast. A good afternoon to you. Unless you're on the West Coast, it's still morning, so good morning. I'm Robert McNeely. It's a pleasure to be with you here on the right side of history. A live look there at the White House as President Trump continues his last leg of a Middle East tour that has been widely successful, perhaps the best ever. Diplomatic relations dating back with many of these countries to FDR's administration in 1945, post-World War II. But never stronger than now, with the deep amount of respect between these nations And it is Abraham Accords 2.0 in real time. These business deals being signed are really remarkable, especially for our military, for AI, technologies, tourism, and businesses outside of oil and energy, all involving those discussions as well. But we've never seen anything quite like this in the Gulf states. And the minor differences that take place between all of our nations, more importantly, overlooked by what is in common: security in Israel, security from the Iranian guards and the mullahs that dominate that country with a theocracy and an iron fist. This is constitutional monarchy at work with our constitutional republic governance that makes sense in the long run. We're also going to toss now to Paul Stone's interview I had recently with him, just regarding where all this stays and now this golden era. How does that end up helping you and being your best bet against inflation? It's with Colonial Metals Group, and he'll detail why right now. We're joined by Paul Stone from Colonial Metals Group. Sir, thank you for joining us once again. I'd like to get your take on the House spending package and the bill that went into resolution and was ultimately passed. Somewhat of a surprise, because it was just by that 217, 215 threshold. Shows how narrow that majority is for the Republicans.
Yeah, well, that was something to take note of. But they all voted for it except for one. You know, I'm torn. I'm a huge fan of Donald Trump. When I got to meet him at Mar-a-Lago at his first victory celebration, put together by Larry Kudlow's initiative that helped him and created some of the blueprint that got him back to a victorious situation with the White House rather than a cantankerous situation. You know, I called him Braveheart. He's fighting an enemy that's already here. Sylvester Stallone had introduced him as the second coming of George Washington, but I told Mr. President Donald Trump that Washington was fighting a visiting army and navy. And this time around, Donald Trump is fighting an enemy that's already here. And so when I see that the debt ceiling needs to raise up by $4 trillion over the next 2 years, when I don't see, and I could be wrong, maybe this was adjusted, correct me please, no taxes on tips didn't make it into this one. I think it would be a larger conversation to get no taxes on Social Security, didn't make it into this one. But, you know, whenever you're going to do tax cuts, all you're really saying is the government's going to go without money it got from you. And that's a great thing fundamentally, because we want a government that has to come to us and discuss big topics, right? They can't just print money. But if these days they're not getting money that they're used to getting, they're just going to print that money. And that's why the debt ceiling has to continue to raise up. So to me, and I'll end with this on response to your question, for someone who's just going to the ground with this, taking a farmer's approach, like just the plainest approach you could take to the economic numbers and the government and the economy and wages and inflation and the cost of commodities, just the simplest approach. If they are going to continue to print money, then they haven't cut any spending. They might be spending projectedly less than they had intended to before he came to town, but they're not cutting spending. And that breaks my heart, because that's the only thing that saves the dollar and saves and continues and stops the worsening for the American family and the American individual.
And that's a good point, because the Congressional Budget Office did say with this bill, as they scored it, that it could add to the deficit. There is part of that reconciliation package did have the no tax on tips, at least a form of that. But this was something that, you know, took kind of the last minute to get the whipped votes together in order for passage. So we'll see ultimately how President Trump addresses this when it gets to his desk. What do you think of his plans regarding the Trump Gold Card? So it's with Howard Lutnick at Commerce to re-envision the EB-5 visa, where these green cards and these worker cards would be basically sold at a price. They could be say that you have all these countries purchasing them with how they want to propose it. It could be up to $50 trillion for the United States, according to the administration. Then in turn, we have roughly a $36 trillion debt or so. How realistic do you think that could come about in the next few months or a couple of years from now?
I think it's an interesting idea, and this is what you want. You want this kind of thinking in the White House. You want entrepreneurial, think outside the box. How does our economy flourish? What brings benefit down to the people? You know, we want their paychecks to benefit. We don't just want the government to benefit. Reagan famously, I guess, was saying to Carter, Carter, he said, the people, the government doesn't have an inflation people, the people do, a problem, right? Like the government doesn't care if there's inflation. They don't care. They print money. It's the people that suffer when they do print money. And so anything that can bring revenue into the country that isn't, hurtful or harmful to the people that are already here is a great idea. My thought would be when I first heard that, great, let's stitch on for every person that pays the 5 million or whatever it was, billion or million, that they have to bring 10 people with them, 10 great people, that they open the door for 10 folks that have to deal with a 7-year naturalization process. You understand why these people just come across the Rio Grande? They've heard that it'll take 7 years for them to actually get to live here or be a citizen here. Who can go through that process if they aren't loaded in the bank? They don't have big bank accounts. We want common, awesome people to continue to move here. It would help offset the core of our economic problem, which is 70 million people retired starting in 1997. So if you can just focus on that for a second, we never had a retirement cost of any note until 1997, 98. Then all of a sudden, for the first time in American financial history, we had a gigantic loss from the productivity side and a new cost we'd never had before, gigantic cost that worsens every year. And now the whole planet's dealing with this and no one talks about it. There's 917 million human beings on Earth of the 8 billion that are over 70.
And to that point, that's really interesting to dive into because President Trump has said at the CPAC conference and recently in other speeches that he wants to protect Social Security as it stands. And that's a launch from the left. You'll hear a lot of that from Democrats on the offensive that Republicans want to dive into those funds. Are these funds sustainable ultimately? And how do we reform that and make sure that people are getting the benefits they've paid into, but also making sure we don't go bankrupt? Because even Elon Musk mentioned that during the cabinet meeting, that this is a moral issue. If the United States goes bankrupt, it's too soon, too late.
So I guess there might be a couple definitions for bankruptcy. One would be you're technically bankrupt. To me, the difference between Bernie Madoff and the federal government is that the federal government can print money. Imagine if Bernie could have printed money and paid those redemptions, those people wanting their money out of his fund. He would have never gotten discovered for what he was doing. But he couldn't print money, so he did get caught. So was he bankrupt? Did he go bankrupt? The government went bankrupt a long time ago. And if I could, I do have a Karl Rove approved whiteboard, and I've been talking about this all week. So when we look at real GDP, and I'll be quick, in 2021, the first year without Trump, GDP is $19.4 trillion. So if America Incorporated, and you counted all of its revenue, it did 19.4. In 2024, you can see there it did 23.4 trillion. So that's 4 trillion in GDP growth. Except you printed $8.8 trillion in those 4 years. So does that look like bankruptcy to you? Because that's not a profit. The economy shrank 4.4 trillion without the printed money. And then you look at the deficit for 2020, that 3 trillion folded into the 2021 numbers. 3 trillion, just in 2020 alone. That folds into, I'm on the wrong hand here, the 19.4 million. I need more practice with this. So when we talk about bankruptcy, it's already there. It happened a long time ago. It happened in 2008, essentially, because without American printed money, we have a negative GDP for the last 17 years. So, oh my God, when do we feel this bankruptcy? When the ability to print money, when money has no more potency left in it, it's worth 2.7 cents today, the dollar. So when that potency reaches some mathematical place of half a penny, a tenth of a penny, maybe 1 penny, we don't know how long this actually lasts. And I know no one's talking about it. And you're sitting there going, how does Paul talk about this stuff like it's important when no one else who is important is talking about it? Because I don't think they're aware of it. I really don't think they're aware of it. I know Warren Buffett is saying, just keep saving $200 a month from every paycheck, and 40 years from now, you'll have a ton of money. I don't think so, because the dollar when he started doing that was worth 80 cents. And today it's worth 3. So that's the resource that allows us to communicate today, and me to put on a suit and talk and had a breakfast and a lunch today. Without the printed money, you don't have any of this. You have Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, some fantastic points there. And do you think there should be a balanced budget amendment that Congress really has to push forward in order to streamline and stop some of this printing of the money? Because even when I look at now, I'm turning 37 relatively soon. I look in my lifetime, to your point, the devaluing of our currency and the fact that it's harder to own properties or even a first home for many in my generation, between the millennials and the Gen Zers, and even some older, because it's just their own stock and savings, their assets against inflation becoming harder and harder. So how does the average person really handle this and stand up to what's going on in United States and world markets?
Offenses win when they go where the defense isn't. So if we're just going to sign up, your demographic, your age group, your generation. If you're thinking, well, I'm just going to go the way I've seen other people go, I'm gonna maybe have to go to college, so I'll take on some debt, and then I'll get that degree, which pays me more money when I get out of college than if I just went to high school, and then I'll get that payroll going, and I'll save some money, and I'll buy a house. And it can't happen. Because as the government prints, young man, it causes the cost to go higher every year. It's the government that prints the money because it doesn't have the money to pay for Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, all retiree-born costs. It doesn't have the money to pay those bills. And no one there is strong enough, long time ago, to say, hey, we need quality people to come here. When Social Security was created, there were 44 workers for a retiree. Today, there's 3. The government let all that slip. The government let all of that never get spoken about or worked on as a problem. When Reagan was president, he had the gravitas to come out and say, my fellow Americans, we need to invite good folks south of the Rio Grande to come live here. Although that might have sparked a little ire in people, and they may have been, and the politicians worried about sparking off some racism claims and all kinds of frenzy going off in America. But if they had come and said, here's the numbers, in 2025, your dollar's worth 3 cents, you have $36 trillion, and you'll have crazy presidents like Biden and Obama changing you to have your kids to have talks in elementary school about what sex they're going to be. I think everyone in America would have said, oh my God, yeah, let's talk about this. We are a country of immigrants. We need more workers. We need more people living here. We need to do it fashionably. So the government can't stop printing this money. So what if we didn't go into this gerbil wheel of financial misery and we moved to the country, maybe with our college degree, or didn't go get one, and we bought a small, tiny, meager house somewhere that we could afford it, and we actually found that happiness lived there too. Because how can you have happiness if you don't have peace? And you don't have peace if all you have is 7 days a week of stress. And things that you want that you can't get, but you are the quality person to have those things, like homes and cars paid for and no credit card debt. If you're the quality person that could have all that and you can't, then that's misery. And we're not even in the top 20th happiest countries on the planet. Google the list. We're 23rd. Kuwait is happier than we are. Kuwait. So when you look at what the challenges are for you guys in those younger generations, it can only get worse, brother. It can only get worse because the government's design for approaching problems like these is to print money, which creates problems they can never solve. So long ago, when we were all dealing with life and the drought came, we dealt with it. We got through it. It ended. When the plague came, it sucked, and we lost lots of friends and family, but we got through it. It was temporary. The federal government isn't temporary. And that's why life can't change. So we have to change where we go. And this is the last shot. No one is going to bring probably more momentum, logic, reason, soundness than Elon Musk and Donald Trump and his administration against this slippage of erosion of American principles and fundamentals and just financial sanity No one's going to bring a case harder against this momentum that they've been tracking on for over 30 years against us, the Americans that live here. It's evil. So last set of numbers, and on this point, just to articulate, in 1971, average income in America was $9,000, and guess how much a home cost? 18 grand. Twice your average income. How easy was that? It took 2 years to save to buy a house. And guess what? Mom didn't have to go to work or stay at work if she became a mom. She could check out of the workforce and raise kids because dad's income was enough. Today, the average home price is 440 grand. And it's skewed because there's a lot of printed money in these employment payroll numbers. But average income, if you kind of account for some of that, is around $48,000 a year. So the house is almost 10x your income. And it takes on average 8 years to buy a home, and those numbers are skewed because there's a lot of, if you catch that college degree and end up in financial services, there's only a few industries left in this country, and those are usually very high-paying jobs, so it skews the numbers. But if we strip that out, you might think it takes 14 years to save for a down payment to buy a home. You come out of college at 20-something, you ain't buying a home until you're 36? Wow. That's American erosion. That's where the American dream has disappeared a long time ago. Now it's just a memory. Trump working his ass off to bring that back. But those are the numbers. And numbers don't care if you're yelling from a podium. Bad math only turns into good math with a ton of good math getting mixed in. Raising the debt ceiling $4 trillion over the next 2 years is not part of good math. It's part of reality, but not good math.
Oh, no question about that. The numbers don't lie. And it's affecting every other area of life. I mean, we have people getting married later, a population decrease, especially in certain demographics. And really, you only have people, I think maybe Tucker Carlson, Rand Paul, perhaps Dennis Kucinich, Mike Lee, that come to mind instantly, who are really talking about how the debt is detrimental to the future of the culture and society as a whole. And as you mentioned, thank God for President Trump, thank God for Elon Musk, who are addressing it on top of all the other issues that they're facing between Doge, facing with the multitude of executive orders, and then further legislation as well, roughly within give or take 40 days in office. Now, it's just breaking news as we're talking now, but you might have caught the meeting with President Trump, President Zelensky of Ukraine, and then that press conference that did not happen. The bilateral meeting looks like it failed, at least temporarily, and Mr. Zelensky left the White House. Apparently, he was speaking to President Trump, wanting to stay for that, but sparks flew in the Oval Office, and rightfully so, as this was not going to be an easy discussion. How does the talk of gold and silver and precious commodities come into play in a situation like this for any given, individual in the United States?
Gold was $300 an ounce when the baby boomers started retiring at the turn of the century, and it's tapping on $3,000 an ounce today. So what does that say? That's just a measurement of the erosion. It continues to worsen with worldwide instability as governments everywhere fail. They fail at working with their people and their businesses and their economies to produce enough revenue to cover the costs of the country, because the whole world owes $303 trillion to itself. And so when we look at more specifically to Zelensky's behavior, he should have, his first step ought to have been, we are so grateful that we don't have to have a Russian flag flying over our capital today, and it's because of Europe and the Americans. And we'd really like this war to end and the slaughter of our brave men and women to stop. And we'd like to rebuild our apartment buildings and our power plants and our roads and stuff, schools and hospitals. Instead, he's kind of just acting like he's got it going on. He doesn't really need it. I mean, I understand Putin's the stronger, person in the room than Zelensky, right? So you gotta, I can see that Trump, perhaps, I'm just suspecting, is paying a little more airtime to that and recognizing that has to be featured and Zelensky has to be the beta and Putin kept as the alpha. And he's not liking that, but that's not going to go well. Wars and life itself is always, always, always about resources, access to resources and maintaining them. Why isn't Tom Brady throwing a football on an NFL field anymore? He lost the resource of youth. I lost the resource of hair. So when we look at how desperate all of this becomes for China, you know, they have more homes that no one lives in than we have homes in America. I think I have that right. It's so astounding. It's hard to believe. I've read it from a few different sources. They have more empty homes that no one will live in China than we have homes in America, total. So when you just look at how the world's just breaking apart, it's fracturing as our weakness continues, our financial dominance. So I think you need gold and silver because it's not money in the dollar. You need gold and silver because it's not money in some institution you have to rely on continuing to provide you with access to your money, or a bad Microsoft update goes down and the world bugs out and you can't get on a plane or a bus or get access to your funds. I mean, who knows? The world, with more and more tech, the world becomes more and more precarious on things it doesn't fully understand or control or see warning signs of before it breaks. At least a bridge will start sending little creaky sounds to you as you drive over it, that maybe it needs some repair work done. When software goes down, boom, it's out. And this move to cryptocurrency, if someone hacks your crypto account, is there an 800 number you can call to get it back? No. What are we talking about here? You can't hack gold and silver.
Yes, some excellent points from Mr. Paul Stone, CEO of Colonial Metals Group. And the proof is in the pudding. Since 1971, if you get the free gold guide, you can get that at freegoldguide.com/RSBN. It shows you how gold has gone up over 7,000% since the end of the gold standard by the Nixon administration in 1971 until just last year. It's never dipped down significantly. It's only been an upward trend. So thank you for the common sense points, and we look forward to having you back on Right Side Broadcasting Network live very soon. Thank you to Mr. Paul Stone.
Thank you for having me. You guys are doing incredible work. God bless you all, and I appreciate your courage and all your hard work.
Likewise, sir. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always grateful for Paul Stone and Colonial Metals Group for taking the time to talk on these very difficult but common sense issues. Gold and silver, so important for your portfolio. As President Trump, his policies keep paying off while President Trump is in the Gulf region securing over $1 trillion worth of investments in U.S. companies, and deals on the home front keep coming. This is live as well, a live shot for you from Abu Dhabi. Sanofi has announced it will invest at least $20 billion over the next 5 years in manufacturing and research and development. Kraft Heinz has announced a $3 billion investment to upgrade its United States facilities and factories, its largest investment in plants in decades. Carrier announced an additional $1 billion investment in manufacturing, innovation, and workforce expansion. This will create 4,000 new jobs. Anheuser-Busch has announced a $300 million investment in its manufacturing facilities across the country. And Siemens Healthineers has announced a $150 million investment to expand production, including relocating manufacturing operations for its Varian company from Mexico to California. It's in addition to the trillions of dollars already secured in President Trump's second term, investments that will bring tens of thousands of new high-paying jobs to communities across the country as President Trump ushers in the new golden age, and also breaking In-N-Out, arguably the best burger chain in the country. You'll find it out west. They are going the Maha route. They're getting rid of those seed oils and everything nasty, the dyes as well. So a win-win-win, just how they did it back in the day, back in the 60s. But exciting news, as this has been truly a week of victories. Trillions of dollars coming into the United States via the Gulf states in the Middle East. Also, the executive order ban on the price gouging when it comes to pharmaceutical drugs. Huge for the American consumer. And we'll see perhaps more legislation on that bipartisan, as the Senate Judiciary Committee was holding hearings this week. Chairman Chuck Grassley and Ranking Member Dick Durbin also working on bipartisan legislation. The respective senators, Republican and Democrat from Illinois and Iowa, operating on that important legislation for the American people. And that was one way to truly mic drop before getting on Air Force One to travel all the way to the Middle East. President Trump is truly nonstop with his Trump doctrine. And what is that? It's the peace through strength mentality. It is the people's president who is working overtime to make America great again, as he's there live with UAE officials. Howard Lutnick to his left, the Commerce Secretary. President Trump said in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the great transformation has not come from Western interventionalists giving you lectures on how to live or how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions failing to develop Kabul and Baghdad, so many other cities as well. Instead, the birth of modern Middle East has been brought about by the people of the region themselves, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions, and charting your own destinies. After many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about. A land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East. And in the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. President Trump really laying it out, the Trump doctrine, stating in Riyadh that in recent years, far too many American presidents have been afflicted with the notion that it's our job to look into the souls of foreign leaders and use U.S. foreign policy to dispense justice for their sins. I believe it is God's job to sit in judgment. My job, this is President Trump speaking, is to defend America and to promote the fundamental interests of stability, prosperity, and peace, resulting in trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs for tourism, manufacturing, oil and gas, AI for the United States and for the respective Gulf region. Let's toss it there now live. President Trump with leadership from the UAE.
This has been a great visit with a great man, a great country, and you see what's going on, a tremendous investment in our country, and the development you just looked at, AI Plus, is going to be purchased through mostly companies based in the United States, and Jensen was here and the whole group, and I think it's going to be something very special. It's a massive project, and it's going to be brought through the United States largely, and it's an honor to be here. And the last 4 days have been really amazing. I think they've been amazing. But it shows you where our country can go. And I want to thank all of my team, Howard, Scott, everybody. They've done an amazing job. So we'll be leaving tomorrow, as you know. Almost destination unknown, because we're getting calls, could you be here, could you be there? But probably going back to Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Some of you are going to be traveling with us. And I'm going to sign the guest book now, and we appreciate you've treated us, the media's treated us very fairly. Maybe because you're with me, I don't know, but they've treated us very fairly. It's been an amazing trip. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. And it's a great honor to be with you tonight. It's my honor. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump with President Sheikh Mohammed at the beautiful palace today, the first United States president in 30 years to have a diplomatic mission to the United Arab Emirates. An extraordinary trip over the last few days as President Trump signing their AI plus more technologies and partnerships with this emerging economy, this region of the world so wealthy, so full of common sense, and although there may be minor differences, coming together to dialogue on them in order for a safer, more secure world and Western civilization to thrive. Peace through strength. That's how it's done. That's the Trump doctrine. It's common sense. So it's been an honor to cover the latest news from President Trump's visit to the Middle East, where it is currently 9:30 in the evening in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, the last leg of the stop from Saudi Arabia to Qatar to the UAE. Well done, Mr. President. An extraordinary team, your cabinet, working overtime to get the job done. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was on the trip earlier in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, but then went straight to Turkey to discuss with Ukrainian and Russian officials about finally ending that conflict. And during this period of time, Idan Alexander in the hospital, recovering in Israel, hopefully headed home soon to New Jersey. Steve Witkoff on the phone there before this trip, connecting Idan and his mother once again after over a year of no communication. How scary was that for countless hostages, not only American hostages, Israeli and other people from around the world who were simply enjoying a concert when Hamas decided to attack them. But the Houthi rebels have been dealt a blow with their piracy, and also Hamas has to learn really to take a new turn, to choose peace, to choose prosperity. It's up to them now as President Trump has demolished the caliphate from ISIS. He has gone after radical Islamic terrorism with the partners in the Middle East, whether that's the rebels coming from Iran and the mullahs who run that country. He said in his speech in Riyadh, he wants them to have a bright day. He wants them to have a big future, to think big, to think about commerce, to think about all of these ways they can make money and prosperity. It's ultimately up to them. And President Trump granting Saudi Arabia's wishes to get rid of the sanctions against Syria. Syria now has a chance to be a free and prosperous nation. We'll see what road they choose as the neoliberal and the neocon agendas of the last 30 or so years have been demolished. It's peace through strength, it's dialogue. It's President Trump, and it's common sense brought to you in real time. So Godspeed, Mr. President. Get home safe. Thank you for sharing it with us. Just this incredible tour of a beautiful region of the world that is looking to have their own golden era as we are here stateside. Also, big news coming from Washington, D.C. as well. The Supreme Court also hearing birthright citizenship, the arguments on both sides regarding where will the 14th Amendment go, as there has been a lot of gray when it comes to that issue. President Trump forcing the hand of lawmakers and those on the judiciary to finally determine how that will be duly decided within our country. And we know it's unquestionably safer since President Trump took office. As he said at that March 5th joint session of Congress, all we needed was a change in the presidency, especially when it comes to the border. Also, we'll see where justice takes us with the Department of Justice, specifically Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, who have done an extraordinary job with their partners at DHS, Kristi Noem, border czar Tom Homan, not only securing the border, going on these ICE raids, but going after the bad guys regardless of how much they have achieved in status and titles. President Trump said in an interview on Air Force One to the Middle East that the Biden crime family, truly terrible people, their existence has caused so much heartache and pain for countless people. So all I have to say is get your seatbelts ready, because this is only just the beginning of this golden era. 20 promises made, promises kept, that became Republican Party policy back in July of last year after the, thank God, the failed assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. President Trump realizes he's a man on a mission, the man in the arena who has assembled the greatest cabinet in modern American history, if not all of American history. And we saw this in one of the most successful foreign trips in American presidential history. Thank you for joining us today on the right side of history, RSBN Live. Today, May 15th, is a special date for me. Oh, you're thinking my birthday. That was 2 weeks ago, of course. President Trump speaking to those great university students where legends are made at Alabama. And 14 years ago today, I graduated from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. They call it the Harvard of the Midwest. My friends are going to kill me for this, but that's a picture of us from Murphy's Pub in Champaign, Illinois, the old watering hole. And these guys, let me tell you how great they are. So from left to right, there's me in the middle with that golden fro, by the way. I'm going to try to do that again at some point. We'll see what happens. But there's Taylor all the way on the left. He is doing some amazing stuff all around the world. Daniel right next to him, a Roman Catholic priest in Peoria, Illinois. Yours truly, dead center. To my left, your right, Chase Jones. He's a great firefighter, teacher, also serious firefighter. He used to take care of all that nastiness in Northern California, those really nasty firefighters. So thank anyone who puts on the uniform. And Taylor's cousin all the way to the right of your viewership and my viewership, to my left in the picture, it's Richard Chalky. He's a special assistant to the President of the United States. They're also first cousins. So these guys have been dear friends of mine for years and years. We can always call and catch up wherever we are throughout the country, throughout the world. And they have chosen truly a life of service, and they are extraordinary people. And Chase, even a great husband and father. I think the world of these guys. So congratulations to all of the graduates out there in 2025. It's a special moment. Those 4 years, those 8 years, wherever you have studied, take that with you into the world, because it's going to stick with you. These guys have stuck with me, and it's been the honor of a lifetime. The alma mater that's on our campus, the University of Illinois, I checked the live cam. They ordained it with this beautiful blue and orange, the same colors as Auburn University, the alma mater, which is written there, "To thy happy children of the future, those of the past send greetings." So I send you my congratulations, my greetings for nationwide or throughout the world. If you're graduating this year, congratulations. On the right-hand side of that Lorenzo Taft sculpture, "Her children arise up and call her blessed." Proverbs 31:28. And to echo the words of President Trump 2 weeks ago, keep the momentum of your youth. Think big. Do not quit. Go, go, go. Win, win, win. Fight, fight, fight. But no life is fulfilled and truly successful without public service. And think about that, where you can serve, whether it's at church in your community or throughout this great nation of ours. We are standing on the shoulders of patriots, and especially those who wear the uniform. President Trump addressing those in Qatar, those legends in our military who, like many others in various fields, had a mandate come upon them during the Otto Penn administration. And thank God those who lost their jobs will be back now with back pay and their ranks reinstated. And that's something I am so proud of, because I had to face that in my own career. But our military should not ever go through anything like that again. President Trump truly being not only the disruptor-in-chief, but a commander-in-chief worthwhile, and the negotiator-in-chief, as we've just seen over the last few days. There's a live look of Auburn, Alabama on College and Magnolia. Perhaps the prettiest campus in the country, definitely is the premier university of the SEC, where it matters more Get all America First updates and exclusive offers at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. If you wish to opine, feedback at rsbn.tv, a great way to do that. And if you can donate, RSBN, text that very simple thing to remember, RSBN to 801-801. Visit rsbnetwork.com/donate. Thank you for all of you who watch us on a regular basis, your go-to live desk, your rally network, and everything inside and outside of the Beltway. Again, that pertains to you and the America First policies that are saving this country. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Catch all of our news writings and everything else in addition to our broadcasts. For all of my wonderful colleagues here on the right side of history, I'm Robert McNeely. Stick with us. We'll see you tomorrow if there's not breaking news. Have a lovely afternoon. Goodbye. God bless. See you soon.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.